All right. Welcome, one and all, to the latest episode of the Xbox 2 podcast, episode 368, on a very balmy and hot summer's day here in Chicago, June 20th. I'm one of your hosts, Rand Jez, 19, the man with the million. And with me, we have... I don't know. I was trying to think of a. I was trying to think
of a new intro, and you.
Yeah. I was trying to think of something, and my mind just went blank, and I'm like, how do I intro Jez? But Jez is here, ladies and gentlemen, as he always is.
Hello.
Usually. Sometimes he's here, sometimes he's not. And he told me today that he may not be here next week. So.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, he's always screwing things up for everybody. You know, he's like, I can't be here, can't be here.
Yeah, that's how I do things, man. That's how I do things. I'm a busy guy. What can I say? Busy guy. And I've already started receiving emails and meetings for Gamescom.
Oh,
so that's
that time of year.
Starting. Yeah, that's coming over the horizon next. I didn't go to LA this year, but I am going to Gamescom this year. So I'm looking forward to playing a lot of those upcoming games, and hopefully I'll have some exclusive footage for the podcast and the XB2 universe that we can rock on here.
I forgot. Yeah, you are going to be going there because you live over there. So Gamescom, 300,000 people. Meet Jez Corden.
Yeah,
that's a lot of fun.
Gamescom is crazy. So many people packed into a very, very warm convention center. But
and
so
most
many cool
of them
games.
Don't use deodorant. I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah. Can't have them all. Can't win them all.
True. So what else is going on?
Oh, not much. I've got I'm having next week off. I'm having next week off work, so
you going on vacation?
No. Staycation. Just gonna chill, play some games, clear some backlog, hang out with the XB2 universe on the social media.
What are you planning on clearing from your your backlog? I say backlog, but for you it's more like...
No, I've actually been hardcore in the game pretty consistently now for the past couple of weeks.
That's
playing nothing else.
What is it?
Yeah, it is. I've got 150 hours in this game. It's Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader on Xbox Game Pass. It is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
One of the best RPGs I have ever played. I cannot get enough of this game. It's so engaging. The writing is amazing. It's a lot of reading. It's a classic CRPG kind of game. But what voice acting there is absolutely incredible. I was actually looking up the voice actor. I was like, God, who's this voice actor? He's really good. But yeah, Rogue Trader is absolutely phenomenal. It's one of the best RPGs I've ever played. And I think, in fact, it might end up being the top 10 of all time for me if it keeps this level of quality. I'm on the last chapter now, so I must be coming towards the end of the game. But yeah, I've got 120 hours played in it so far.
Wow.
It's just so good. So good. Turn-based. It's very similar to Wasteland 3. Very similar, I find. But yeah, there's so many ways you can change the outcomes of story situations, so much branching narratives, ways to be an absolutely evil prick if you want to. Yeah. So we like RPGs where you can be an asshole.
You like to be an absolutely evil prick.
Yeah.
In your game.
Well, I mean, right? it's a Warhammer 40k universe. So really there's three types of being a prick in this game, ultimately. You can't really be a good guy in Warhammer 40k. But there's slightly less prickish, slightly more prickish, and then just pure psychopath on the far end. But yeah, it's a fantastic game. Really good, man. Rogue Trader. Highly recommend it. If you like turn-based CRPGs, it's well up there with the best.
All right.
But yeah, I'm also but when I do come to the end of it, so many games in my backlog that I want to pick away. I think I might go back and finally finish Final Fantasy 16, since it's here on Xbox finally, and it feels right, I did play it on PC. I got pretty far. I'm thinking I don't know whether I'm gonna keep plugging away on PC or switch over to the Xbox version because I did pick it up.
Well, the Xbox version, by all accounts, is not a very good port.
Yeah, it's poorly optimized, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was one of the topics for the show. Now that you brought it up, I don't know. Maybe we should just go over that now. But Final Fantasy XVI has caused a lot of drama. Caused a particular lot of drama. Xbox announced that, or Square Enix rather, at the recent showcase, they shadow dropped Final Fantasy XVI, and they also said that Final Fantasy VII Remake was going to be coming this winter. Presumably, you could probably think that Rebirth is probably going to come sometime next year. Now, whether or not the third game is like multi-platform day one or there's some exclusivity, we won't know just yet. But either way, the Final Fantasy games are all made their way over. And an analytic firm came out, Alenia Analytics, which I think we've talked about in the past. They are very quick to give numbers and things, and the way the industry works is every single website will then just doesn't matter if it's true, doesn't matter if it's right, they'll just write it up and hopefully get their clicks off of it. Like literally every single website does that, and that's just how journalism works in the year 2025. But it didn't really paint the best picture for Final Fantasy XVI on Xbox, because it said something along the lines of that it sold 22,000 copies in its first week, which is not a lot, especially for what one would consider a pretty big game. Granted, coming to the platform after 2 years is a significant time, and I didn't buy the game on Xbox. I was sent the code, but I did buy the game on PS5 when it first came out. So there are probably people like me who had already played the game and already bought the game on a different platform, whether it was PC or PlayStation, because they didn't want to wait, because you weren't sure if it would actually come to Xbox, because Square Enix's and Xbox's relationship. So you're like, all right, well, I'll play it on my PS5, but they put out that number, and of course that resulted in a Xbox versus PlayStation fight, with PlayStation fans saying like, this is just why games skip Xbox, and nobody wants to put their games on Xbox because nobody buys games, that whole sort of thing. And Xbox fans are saying, well, Shadow Drop's not the best, no marketing for it, it's been 2 years, etc., 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 all those sort of things. And it's funny because everybody just assumes the numbers are true, because some analytic firm puts it out there. They're like, well, everybody just sees the reports on the websites, and automatically is like, argue from the position that this is 100% factual. But I think you were asked about this, and I think you did some digging on it, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's kind of weird when analysts come out and start saying like, oh, we've got sales data, because it's like, how have you acquired this data? Because obviously Microsoft doesn't share the sales data. So one of the
technically they do. They share it with Sakana, which is formerly MPD, right?
Yeah, but I mean, but this is like, do they share the sales data with Alinea? The answer to that is no.
Yeah.
And they certainly don't share it publicly, at least.
No,
right?
definitely not.
No, they do not. And even when they share sales data with Sakana, what I meant was they don't share it with Sakana on the basis of they're gonna share the exact units sold. They give you publicly, at least, that you get a ranking, and I think companies can pay for more granular data or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, point being is, I don't think Alinea, or whatever they're called, they don't have access to first-hand information about this kind of stuff. So, one of their employees came out on Twitter and responded to questions about the data, and he sort of implied that they infer the data from available information on other versions of the games, and then draw down an estimate based on how many reviews the Xbox
Yeah.
version of the game had. Now, I shouldn't need to explain why this is a dumb idea, because obviously user behavior is going to differ per platform based on the fact that the flow to even get to a review is different on other platforms. Like, especially if you were to compare Xbox reviews versus Steam reviews, for example, it's completely unfair because Steam has 99% of the time a keyboard and mouse attached, which makes it easy to just click over and then type out a review. There ain't many people who can be asked to go and leave a review for a game they purchased on Xbox and type out a review using a controller, because typing is a pain on console. And I've actually written about this, that the next Xbox and the next PlayStation, in my opinion, need a keyboard attachment. Like, you know, because so many games these days have chat and text boxes and all the kinds of things. And I think, like, if we are going to a future where you have to type prompts into your games to access certain AI features, I kind of feel like having a keyboard presence is going to be increasingly important. Obviously, you can use USB keyboards on Xbox, but a lot of the games don't support them natively. You know, Overwatch doesn't, for example. You plug a keyboard in, and you can't just press enter and start typing like you can on PC. It's a pain. But he was also inferring that he was extrapolating from the reviews that exist on PlayStation. Now, I also think that's quite unfair as well, given the fact that the game's only been out for 5 minutes on Xbox. People presumably don't leave a review until they've come close to finishing the game, maybe?
And
You
Final
know?
Fantasy 16 is a longer game. It's like 50, 60 hours.
Yeah, so have people even finished the game yet to even consider leaving a review? So for me, it's like, this is ridiculous. I did actually speak to someone from the company, and they tried to walk back, like, the idea that they do use reviews to make up this data, although they wouldn't tell me how they arrived at this data. And the person who inferred that they use reviews to infer this data deleted the tweets where he said that. So, you know, it's not a good look. You know, if you're an analytics firm and you sort of rubber stamping this kind of data, which obviously gets picked up by fanboys and used in console wars, no names mentioned. But yeah, I don't know. But that being said, I don't think it sold particularly amazingly well. I think, like, in some regions it was in the top 10 or hovering around top 10, between top 10 and top 15, you know, most purchased games on Xbox.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a game that's had no real marketing on Xbox. It's launched several years after the fact. Everyone who was really hyped about playing it probably already bought it on PC or PS5. People often own multiple endpoints these days. So, you know, I think the fandom, if you want to capture that fan base, you need to be there day one. Because otherwise you're just picking up the stragglers, right? So I don't even, you know, even though I don't think the 22,000 number is accurate, personally, I don't believe that's accurate. I don't think it's probably sold that much more than that. I wouldn't be surprised, you know. So, but them's the breaks, you know. It's for Square Enix. If you release your games like day one across all platforms, you create this upswing of buzz, right? But if you release them staggered on each platform separately, then you lose all that buzz. You lose all that hype and excitement. At least potentially. There is a game that launched on PC recently, several months after the fact, that's doing very, very well now, in the form of Stellar Blade, Rand.
Yes. A year later, Stellar Blade's doing absolutely amazing. I think I saw it was like 180,000 plus or 190,000 concurrent users. They said that it already sold 1 million, 19 times faster than the PlayStation version.
Yeah.
A lot of those sales, I think, they've said, or maybe not them themselves, but other people have said that a lot of those sales are coming from China, which kind of was the same thing with like Black Myth Wukong. The Chinese market is definitely ripe for explosion when it comes to gaming, right?
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's I've got the game. I've installed it. I'm gonna give it a go.
I mean, I enjoyed
Looks
Stellar Blade.
pretty fun.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. And there's rumors
Yeah,
that
I
there's
think it looks fun.
a Switch 2 port is in development potentially. I mean, I don't know how good the source is on that one, or I mean, there was some talk about like expansion of the IP and stuff, and I don't know if that necessarily meant like, hey, we're gonna port this to PlayStation or port this to Xbox and Switch, because I don't know what the deal was that PlayStation had with Stellar Blade in the first place. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see there. But like, yeah, the Final Fantasy 16 thing, I also agree with you that I didn't really expect it to put up massive numbers. Mainly because of how, I think this is more a referendum of how Square Enix has treated the platform since like Final Fantasy 15, really. Because Final Fantasy 15 did all right on Xbox. I wouldn't, obviously I think the vast majority of sales came from PlayStation 4 and PC, but this was at a time where Square Enix was putting everything on, everywhere. And then they made the pivot where they took a lot of exclusivity agreements at the start of this generation with Sony, where Forspoken was exclusive, Final Fantasy 7 Remake was exclusive, Rebirth. I mean, it seemed like while Xbox was getting all these, third-party Japanese publishers on board with some previous, exclusive games like Persona and the Yakuza franchise, is like they were losing Square Enix, which was, had Final Fantasy, and it was like, will it ever come across? Will Final Fantasy and I sort of feel like a lot of Xbox fans felt mistreated by them, so they were just like, well, I'll just buy another platform or buy it on PC,
I'll get it on sale.
And then it's like it shadow drops Final Fantasy 16 during the showcase, but a lot of people are already playing certain things at the time, and like maybe they buy it but don't necessarily play it. It's like, okay, I'll get to this at some point. Then you hear the port's not even a good port, right? In performance mode, apparently the game runs around 720p or can hit as low as 720p.
I think as well, when you launch a game really far after the fact, you also lose that sort of impulse purchase market, because now people have shared their opinions on the game and they know what kind of game it is, and opinions about Final Fantasy 16 aren't completely positive across the board. It's like it's a solid game. It's a solid game, but it's also pretty forgettable.
Well, I mean, also like it didn't sell particularly well on PC, partially because it's not really the most well optimized game on any platform, and there are people that really don't like it because of the action heaviness the game has in comparison to previous entries. Some people were just kind of completely turned off on it. I mean, I think it's worth playing through. It has some incredible high moments. Like the boss fights in particular are stunning. Like, you talk about scale. Like, this is some of the craziest stuff you'll see in a game, like scale-wise. But then it also has these really, really, really low moments where it is like some of the most boring stuff you could possibly imagine. It's like a tale of two games, a tale of two developers. It's like you have this developer making this heavy action game, and then this like other developer making these fetch quests with it is one of the strangest experience I've had in the game, because you go from these adrenaline infused, your heart is pumping spectacles of boss fights, and only to be like followed up with these boring side quests where you just go around talking to people back and forth for what seems like an hour or two, and it just creates this like weird
disjointed experience.
Yeah, where you're like, part of this game is absolutely astonishing, and then other parts of this games are the dregs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
it's a
mean,
weird situation.
it is weird. I mean, I sort of like I had this when I was playing on PC. I had this experience in the game that really slammed that point home. I can't remember which boss it was. I think it might have been Garuda, but it was an absolutely fantastic spectacle. You know, it was very easy, and that's another issue I've got with the game. It's very very easy, and you have to unlock hard mode. I hate that Square Enix does that. Just give me hard mode from the outset. I don't have the time to play the game twice. But I killed Garuda, which was spectacular visually, and then like I think it was Garuda anyway, and then straight away after that, you're sort of back in a village and you're doing side quests, and the first side quest after that was go and dig through dirt for me and find some seeds or something, and dig up 10 piles of dirt. And I was like, what in the World of Warcraft side quest is this bullshit? You know, it really did feel like something out of Final Fantasy 14, where it's like you're just doing, MMO style side quests in between these epic console grade set pieces. I have no idea what they were thinking when they put some of these side missions into that game, you know?
Hmm.
Um, Especially when you've had other studios that have made sort of RPGs that are a little bit more action oriented, like The Witcher, really show you how you handle side quests in a game of this nature. You know, if you don't make me dig through piles of dirt for half an hour. It was just such a strange dichotomy of styles. And that's before you even get into stuff like, well, maybe it should have been turn based or
Well,
more tactical.
there's that whole discussion
Oh,
that Expedition 33
I hold
has
debate. Yeah.
has started. Which, man, number one, I didn't. The thing with Expedition 33, which we're not going to talk about the game, but I just want to talk about the discussion it started. Is one, there is some interesting back and forth about well, I'm not even going to say it because it might be a spoiler, but specifically having to do with the end of the game. It's really kind of caused a lot of discussion, but also this idea of turn based and how, because there are people who don't play RPGs that play Expedition 33 and are like, more like turn based RPGs need to have this. They should all have this parry button. And but then I've seen like Gene Park and others who love JRPGs that are like, no, like it shouldn't. Not every game needs to be the same, you know, or
Gene's right.
even like the Final Fantasy stuff. We're like, well, why doesn't Final Fantasy have this? It's really opened the doors to this discussion about JRPGs in general, what works and what doesn't work. We've seen Expedition 33 sell 3.3 million copies. Who knows how many it'll sell in a year from now, especially if it wins any Game of the Year nominations, which I expect it to, like best soundtrack, best RPG, probably best performance. I think it has a
I mean,
very good shot of winning best game. So it's like
yeah.
you could be talking about a game that potentially outsells Final Fantasy 15 in total, or at least gets close to it, but for a fraction of the cost, right? Because there's like the amount of money they spend on Expedition 33 pales in comparison to the amount of money that Square Enix spent on Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah, definitely.
So it kind of goes to show you, it's like you look at Final Fantasy 15 and you wonder, like, is Final Fantasy that important or that big anymore? And if like Expedition can match it at a fraction of the cost, what does that say more about Expedition 33 or Final Fantasy? And
I think when your game is genuinely good, because a lot of the spend with these big AAA games is the marketing budget, you know. And for Final Fantasy 16, they had billboards and they had ads all over the place, left, right, center. I did see some ads for Claire Obscure on Reddit and stuff like that and Instagram, but you know, it's it pales in comparison to the sort of marketing blitz that Final Fantasy 16 got, which I saw on the side of buses and on billboards, even in my tiny ass town in the UK. So that's where a lot of the marketing spend is going. But if you make like a genuinely great game, you don't have to you don't have to spend a shitload on marketing because word of mouth will do it for you, you know? And I think hopefully more and more devs are starting to realize that instead of trying to chase this imaginary audience that doesn't exist by broadening your scope, double down on what you do really well, you know. And I don't think it was the parry button or the interactive turn-based combat that made Clair Obscur, you know, hit that level. Not at all. I think it was just a great story, a great universe, nostalgic combat, with spectacular moves and character build system that interacted with itself really well. You know, you could really break the game, which was reminiscent of Final Fantasy VIII. I don't know if you ever played Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah, I remember the draw system in 8. You could basically break the game if you wanted to.
Yeah, so in like
or the junction system or whatever it was.
Yeah, the junction system. Yeah, so they have nerfed some of the more insane things you can do in Clair Obscur, but if you're like clever and you overlap all the abilities, you can create some really insane builds, which speak to that player expression that RPGs are supposed to provide for you. Whereas, like in a game like Final Fantasy XVI, which has you don't really have any license to be creative in that game. You're just sort of on a linear path, and there's no sort of RPG expression at all in that game. You can't even pick a party. Like in the classic Final Fantasy games, you could express yourself by who you chose to have in your party, for example, right? But in Final Fantasy 16, all of that scaled back, you know. But I think that's sort of, I will say though, I think Square Enix found a good compromise with Final Fantasy VII. I think Final Fantasy VII Remake is the perfect blend of more active, interactive combat, while not completely sacrificing the RPG depth of the classic games, you know. Whereas Final Fantasy 16 just was like, we want a game with zero depth and all spectacle, you know.
I mean, spectacle it has in spades.
Yeah, if you like spectacle, Final Fantasy 16 is great.
Yeah.
But if you're looking for depth, you need to look somewhere else. But it still has that sort of some of those nostalgic Final Fantasy hooks, like when I fought Malboro.
You know, even when
I was like, finding them.
You remember this conversation we had? This was a few months ago when Marvel Rivals came out. And there was a report by somebody that had taken like first month revenue on PC versus PlayStation versus Xbox, but they based it off of the review discrepancy between the platforms to judge how much money it made. Do you remember this at all? This conversation we had?
Yeah, vaguely.
And it was like PlayStation's revenue was, I don't know, I forget the exact numbers, but say it was like 100 million, and the Xbox revenue was like 5 million. And I remember this being like a big kind of thing within the console war Twitter sphere, YouTube sphere, about like, oh my god, like how could, look at this. And then it came out, if you actually read the article, that they had made estimates of the revenue based on the reviews in the store. And because, so it was like the Xbox version, it was like, so PlayStation had 50 million revenue and the Xbox version had 5. And it was like, just because the reviews on the store were, I don't know, it was like, say 5,000 for PlayStation and 500 for Xbox. And so they used the exact like difference between the two and correlated it to what it would be for the exact revenue. And I'm just like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever fucking seen in my life. Using that. And but like, it's so odd because it gets tweeted on social media. Nobody actually reads it. All they see is like the highlights of the stuff, and then they use it for whatever agenda they're currently pushing. And discussions take place, people get upset about it, people get angry, and then they forget about it a week later. So the Final Fantasy thing, I mean, it's no surprise people wanted to see how it would do, right? Because there are plenty of people, even when you were reporting that all this was going to happen, and I think you started reporting it, that the whole slate of Final Fantasy games are going to come to Xbox. And I think your first report on that was back in September of last year, right before TGS.
Yeah, I
because
said
Well, yeah, because like even before that, it was like, oh, we're not sure. Maybe it does happen. Maybe it won't happen. And then it was like, definitively, no, this is happening.
Yeah.
And at TGS, it was Pixel Remaster, and then people got on you. It was like, well, where's Final Fantasy 16 and 7 Remake, Jez? Well, you fucking liar. You know? Even though you never said any of that stuff. And it was like, don't worry, wait, they'll show up. And sure enough, it did. And now that it did, it's like, okay, well, was it worth it from Square's perspective? And it's like, or from, like the copy sold or whatever. And it's like, well, you look at it and you're like, well, okay, if it's what they say it is, probably not. But it's not even necessarily about those games realistically, right? It's more about getting back in line with multi-platform releases where everything is the same from minute one, day one, where the games are released into the wild at the same time, and then you can take full advantage of all the platforms where you release it on Xbox, PC, Switch 2, PlayStation at day one to maximize your sales instead of piecemealing it across all these different devices over a period of time where some of those people on those devices bought it somewhere else. So it's not even so much about Final Fantasy 16 or 7 Remake itself. It's more about the future of getting back to, the pre this generation where their Square Enix's releases were all day one instead of being split up. I think that's what more about all this is that Square sees the writing on the wall, and their games are really expensive, so they need to leverage as many places as they possibly can. And I think me and you have both said previously that it was really stupid of Square to delay the release of the PC version. Because I think both me and you argued, like, whatever, you can do whatever you want with the exclusivity between consoles, because that's their business decisions. If you want to release it first on PlayStation and then later on Xbox, whatever. But I think both me and you felt, man, you were just shooting yourself in the foot by not releasing it on PC day one. And I think that's really kind of proven out here. And some people hate that idea. Some people don't like it. Like, obviously, I think you should just release your game everywhere to get as much as you possibly can. But I think, the days of sort of releasing your game in one single place and then piecemealing across, I think those will essentially come to a close, because I think Square made a mistake by not releasing Final Fantasy at least on PC day one alongside the original release. I think they really screwed themselves over here on this. When you look back on it. But all that's going to be changed. All that's going to be different. So, I mean, what do we think Final Fantasy Remake Part 3 is going to be? You think it's day one multi-platform where they're just like PlayStation, Xbox, Switch 2, and PC day one instead of just 1 year exclusive or 2 years? What do you think ends up with Part 3?
It's really hard to say, isn't it? Because you don't know if Sony's done a deal, right?
True.
So maybe there's already a deal in play for the next one. In which case, any discussion about this would be moot.
Yes.
Null and void. Null and void. So,
yeah, you're right. I mean, I guess we'll just have to see, but I think that would be in the best interest of Square, is to release it everywhere on day one as like the finality of it. And maybe Sony's like, we don't. Final Fantasy's done as much for the platform as it can. We use 2 games, and maybe it's not worth locking it down, or maybe they have locked it down. But yeah, I don't know. Eventually we'll find out for sure. But anyways, I think it would
behoove Square Enix to do it like that.
Absolutely,
because that's when you get all your that's when your marketing books does the most work. If you spend all this money on marketing and you can only buy one platform, you've just wasted a shitload of money on marketing, right?
Well, so, even when you mentioned Stellar Blade and how well it's doing on PC, right? And I think how it's reached 3 million sales total now, with 1 million on PC and 2 million on PlayStation or whatever it is.
Well, quite clearly, some games can cut through via word of mouth
Sure.
if they've got
But here's the thing.
if they are particularly good
But
for one reason or another.
My point I was going to make was imagine how much better it would have been, or how much more it could have sold if it was released same time on PC and PS5 at the same. Because at that point you get like they each feed into each other, right? We've seen examples of something like Pal World, where the Steam concurrent numbers kept on rising to these ridiculous levels that made other people then be like, oh, I gotta check this out. So they check it out on either Xbox or on PC, and it's just like it's this contained feedback loop of look how well it's doing, and then it drags in other people who may not be interested to check it out. And we saw how well Pal World did, right? And I look at like Stellar Blade now and how well it's doing on PC, and I sort of feel like imagine if all that marketing had went into this like single moment where the releases across PlayStation and PC, and how that feedback loop would have probably been bigger, because you would have the people playing on PlayStation plus the people who are playing on PC. Maybe the PC numbers were even bigger, would have been bigger than they currently are, because it would have been day one, because I'm sure some people had played it on PlayStation. So I almost sort of feel like the game, and I'm sure they're happy with their sales or whatever, but I feel like the sales would have been much bigger if they had done that on day one. And I feel like that for most all game releases anyways. Feels like you're missing out. But anyways, thanks for joining the podcast, guys. We appreciate you. Do us a big favor, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, share this out, let everyone know that we are live on this Friday. We'll do some quick housekeeping, and then we'll get back into the show. Jez, we got Sheriff Shark. Jez is a little tired today, so no Sheriff Shark Rar, right? No no Sheriff Shark Rar. So just for those who are still looking into it or want to support the channel in any way.
Right. While you do housekeeping, I'm just gonna sort out a bottle of water I just knocked over. So give me a moment.
All right. So for those of you who want to support the channel and want to protect your PC and your internet browsing or whatever, we do have the deal with Surfstark going on. It's linked in the comments at the very top or in the description for 86% off a 2-year deal. So it's a pretty good deal. Jez uses Surfstark all the time, and he absolutely loves it. And we also have the best of the best. We got the Patreons who support us here as well. Patreon.com/XB2. We just did Xbox 2 Ultimate on Wednesday, which is an exclusive podcast. So that one will not be going anywhere else. If you want to listen to that, sign up and you can check it out. On Tuesday, we should be doing an Xbox 2+1 with the guest. So be on the lookout for the emails and some talk. I think we're getting somebody who was at Summer Games Fest and got their hands on with the Xbox ROG and a whole bunch of other games and stuff. And so we'll be talking with them about that. But we do have the question and answer thread, which is up if you want to drop us a line, and we will definitely answer it at the end of the show. And we have shout outs here for the Xbox 2 MVPs. We got Ethan Linhair's VA, Resin Force, iMike Zero, Tier, Shrapnel, Inner Machine, Just James 93, Holy Dark Death, Steve Stompy, 09C Mine, James Wiseau, Trixar for Trey, Laser Wolf, Battered Haddock, Army Dude 52C, Foreign Object, Silas, James Moore, Fantasticals, Katriox, Bright Tundra 1, Discarded Caboose, Justin Duel, Sean Kramer, Peeper Bro King, Asa T. and Madison, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Wagerman, Pat Rock, Scarcely Relevant, Adam Bartolo, Darren Torpy, Briggs, Country, Prof. JJJ, and Wolfgang KPZ. Thank you all for supporting me and Jez and the Xbox 2. We couldn't really do this show without you guys. So, while Jez gets his water, let me check to see if there's any any super chats we can answer while we're waiting for good old Jez to come back. We got Silas, who's been a member for 20 months, who says, Rand, if you had to have a roommate for 6 months, rank the candidates from best to worst. Jez and his little statue, Colt, or Tim Dog? Oh man, why are you doing this to me? Who would if I had to have a roommate for 6 months? Best to worst. That's an interesting question. That Lilith statue's got to go, right? So it'd probably be best Colt. Second would be Tim, and then third would be Jez and his little statue, probably. But since Jez isn't here, don't tell him. Don't tell him I put him last. Okay? Don't tell him that.
I'm offended.
Oh, you're here.
I'm offended.
Oh.
I didn't take my headset off.
Oh, okay.
I just muted the mic.
I mean, bro, we roommates. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I could live in a place that has a little statue, Satan worshiper.
It's gonna have Warhammer 40k figurines in it now.
Yeah, that's right.
We got when we get into things, we go hard, bro.
I mean, you do. Absolutely.
I do. I go hard. Go hard. Getting the books. Started paying little minifigs. And it's all because of Game Pass, really.
Yeah, look at what it's done.
You know, look what Game Pass has done. Played some Dark Tide. I thought, oh, this is pretty cool. Played Space Marine 2, which wasn't on Game Pass, but still. And then Rogue Trader, and it's just like, yep, that's it. I'm a Warhammer 40k guy now. I think. Buy some little Space Marines, pay them up.
Waiting for the TV show with Henry Cavill.
Yeah, he came out recently and said that he's having a hard time adapting it. So hopefully it'll be.
I mean, surprise, surprise.
Yeah. But what was that thing that Amazon did? Secret Level with the video game shorts.
Mm-hmm.
The Warhammer 40k one they did for Space Marine 2 was really well received. Yeah, it was really good.
But you try to imagine that in live action, though. It's kind of like, is the armor going to kind of look silly?
Yeah.
I mean,
I suppose that's one of the issues they're going to have, really. Because I really kind of feel like you have to do that in 3D, man.
Yeah, I don't think.
I think that could just about get away with the power armor in Fallout because power armor dudes in Fallout move slowly, but Space Marines, yeah, they're like walking tanks, but they're also not slow. They're quite agile as well. They're superhuman, So how you pull that off with practical effects will be interesting to see. Or maybe what you do is like layer 3D on top of it or something. I don't know. But anyways.
We have Frosty with Super Chat says, hey guys, if xCloud gets 1080p and its own Game Pass tier, an Xbox Cloud handheld makes a lot of sense to me. Xbox can make a better Logitech G Cloud. Let Asus, MSI, and them do the Steam Deck competitors. What do you think about that, Jez?
I mean, so he's saying that Microsoft does a cloud and then let everyone else do the proper handheld?
I mean, he said if xCloud gets 1080p in its own Game Pass tier, an Xbox Cloud handheld makes a lot of sense. I mean, they already have an Xbox Cloud handheld, isn't it? The Logitech G.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on. I think the issue with that stuff is price at the end of the day, because I don't think people want to pay £200 or $200 for something that isn't going to be native, Because as good as the G Cloud is, you're still limited to what you can. You're still limited to having a good internet connection, But maybe in the future, when technology improves and all that kind of stuff, then we start seeing some of this stuff proliferate. Yeah. I saw that there's like the next version of Wi-Fi's coming out now.
Wi-Fi 7?
No, Wi-Fi 7's old news, man.
Oh man, okay. What's the new version? Wi-Fi 30?
No, Wi-Fi 8. So yeah. Okay, so Wi-Fi 8's coming in 2028 or something. So we're on Wi-Fi 7 now. Came out last year. But yeah, I don't know. I've got a Wi-Fi 6E router, which is fine, I guess. But it's just it's I suppose it's at Microsoft's end where the upgrades need to come from. Yeah, but yeah, in essence, I do like the idea of there being a cloud handheld, but they really need to get the price down as low as possible. And I don't know how they can pull that off without using Android or something. But we'll see.
Right. We got Mr. Wagaman with Super Chat. Says, hey guys, wanted to support the show before going back to work. Anyone feel like the Xbox One series next gen are all part of the same gen? Between back and pat and gamers not upgrading, games still going to Xbox One feels that way. Thoughts? Yeah. I mean, I think we've talked about that before, right? Where a lot of the games, at least, I mean, even up to now, have all been cross-gen, and the dashboard's the same across both devices. So it really does just feel like a better version of the Xbox One generation rather than its own kind of separate entity. And I think that's partially because
Xbox One Pro.
yeah, I think that's partially because all the games basically work across both, and that the dashboard is the exact same. Where you wouldn't like each before is like, hey, the OG Xbox had this was the dashboard. The 360 had 5 variants of the dashboard. The Xbox One tried to go in a different direction, but then they landed on one and they just used it across it, and they haven't really changed much of it. And even your old controllers work on it. If you bought an Xbox One controller, it works on the Series X, if I'm not mistaken, and the Series S. So it really does feel like more of an extension of previous gens, which maybe I guess should be the same, because I mean, aren't they the same? X86, so everything kind of is all similar. Where like previous gens, they were using different things. I mean, I've seen people complain that I saw like Push Square write an article that a lot of PlayStation fans feel like this generation has been a disappointment. Obviously, not everybody feels that way. There are plenty of other people who feel like, no, this actually gen's been great. And we've got Astrobot and, God of War Ragnarok and Horizon and Returnal and stuff. But there are definitely other people that feel because of Sony's live service initiative that kind of has blown up in their face, that they haven't gotten as many new experiences this gen as they have previously, so it kind of feels worse than the PS4 gen in a way. So
Yeah, I think some of it's just symptomatic of technology just hitting a wall in terms of how far graphics get pushed now. It's not like when we were kids and we got like the PS1 for the first time and it was like, oh my god, 3D and it's really good, or just like digital audio. I really took for granted the leap audio made when PlayStation introduced digital audio with CDs and stuff. And it's so much further ahead than what N64 was offering, right? But we kind of at that point now where things sort of get incremental upgrades, and I suppose that's partially just the laws of physics, right? But I do wonder how Microsoft can, I suppose, generate excitement through other means, if not necessarily like a huge graphical leap. Because I think clearly there is going to be a graphical improvement, even if it's just something like, okay, now everything's definitely 4K 60, for example. Probably won't be, but let's just say. But maybe it's stuff like, offloading some tasks, the MPU, frame generation, that kind of thing, AI graphics processing, that kind of stuff. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they come up with. Clearly, a lot of it's going to be on the platform side as well, which we're going to talk about later. Like, what are they doing with platform access?
Yeah.
We've got all these rumors about Steam coming to Xbox. Xbox could play Xbox Play Anywhere expand. Will you be sad, Rand, if the next Xbox is no more 30 FPS, no more filmic.
I mean,
Will you be sad?
it's funny. It's funny you say that because I just had taken a stroll back into 30 frames with the most recent game I played.
Why is that?
So, I I know chat's gonna give me shit for this.
Oh.
And I mean, it's just a morbid curiosity on my end
Oh.
because I had received a free code for Game of the Year, Mind's Eye. And I was like, you know what?
Oh.
This is as bad as people think. You know, I saw the reviews on Metacritic, 37. And it's like, okay, and it definitely feels like the devs or like the people in charge knew because they hid the game for so long. And I'm like, I'm not spending any money on this thing. Absolutely not. But then I got a code and I was like, I'm kind of curious, you know? Kind of like that car crash where you're driving and you see a crash and you just can't keep, you can't look away. You're just, your attention is drawn to it and you're like, what happened? Is everybody okay? What's going on over there, right? So I was like, all right, you know what? I'm kind of waiting for Death Stranding 2 to come out. Because I got like Final Fantasy XVI, Square Enix sent over the code and they sent over a care package, which, I think maybe I'll take a picture of it later and post it online. But I was like, well, I don't know if I have enough time to beat Final Fantasy 16 before Death Stranding 2 comes out. And I always try to I only play one game at a time until I'm finished. And Death Stranding 2 is a game I'm really looking forward to because, bro, Kojima's going to Kojima hard in that game. I feel it.
He's going to Kojima.
He is going to, bro.
Like crazy.
I feel it. He's going to Kojima like he's never Kojima before. So I'm really looking forward to it. And I was like, I don't know if I have enough time to beat Final Fantasy 16 again. I don't know if I even want to play it all the way through again. I loaded it up and I'm like, oh, the visuals and 720p in performance mode. I was like, do I really want to? But I was like, oh, this Mind's Eye code came in and I'm like, I want to check it out for myself. See what all the hubbub's about. Is it as bad as people say it is,
What kind of game is it?
So it's a.
I don't know. I don't really know anything about it.
It's a GTA clone. This is supposed to come from like legendary game designer of someone who used to work on the GTA games, like Leslie Benz or whatever their name is. But it's essentially a GTA clone, right? It's a game where it's open world, but it's not really an open world because there's nothing to do. And you get missions, and it's an open world third person shooter in the vein of Grand Theft Auto. So if you played Grand Theft Auto, you've played this. So I beat it. It took about 10 hours. And here's what I'll say about Mind's Eye. Are the reviews wrong?
Just laughter. That's it. End of discussion. Here's what I'll say about Mind's Eye.
It's like, are the reviews wrong? No, not really.
Right.
The game
4 out of 10, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, so when I first started playing it, it's very, very cutscene heavy. And honestly, the best part of the whole game, and this is even when I say the best part, and it's not like, oh my god, this best part is an 8 out of 10 or something. Like, this is the best part being like a 5 or a 6 if you were to rate it, is like the cutscenes in the story are the most interesting aspect the game has, right? Because there are tons of cutscenes, just like any sort of GTA game or whatever, and the cutscenes do look like they at least belong in this generation of games, right? You could tell they a lot of motion capture, but the thing that you'll notice right away, even from like the cutscenes in the story, and the thing that drove me crazy, is that the dialogue is atrocious. Absolutely atrocious between characters. The dialogue in this game.
Bad voice acting or bad
no,
writing?
No, the voice acting. Some characters in the game's voice acting is very stilted and is not good. But it's not so much the voice acting itself, but like what they're saying to each other and like maybe how it's being said. I didn't really have too much issues with like the main character and his voice acting. I think he did a fine job, but it's like the script put in front of him that he has to read. Like, I'm just sitting there listening to this stuff, and it's just awful. Like, it's just, there's a lack of a better word. Like, the dialogue and the things these characters say to each other it's bad. But, and that's what I'm saying is like the best part of the game is like the story and where it sort of goes. It's kind of interesting. At least it kind of keeps you being like, oh, what's going to happen next? But man, where the game falls apart is when you actually start playing it. When you actually, like, they give you control and you're playing it and you're moving and like, sure, yeah, it's 30 frames on console and there are some hitches here and there. It's the performance is pretty bad in spots. It's an Unreal Engine game. But even when they flip perspectives in cutscenes, you'll get weird artifacts and weird placements of stuff, and stuff doesn't load in properly. Like if they're going from someone in a different part of the game back to somebody who, like the main character, there's just weird things that just happen. Like it's struggling to like load things or whatever. But yeah, it really felt when the gameplay started and it was your basic Grand Theft Auto, Saints Row. You're driving around, you got your weapons, now you're getting into combat with a whole bunch of enemies. It felt like I had opened up a portal to 2006 and I was playing a game that released that year. That's what this game is. Like, it is a game made it's the gameplay is from 2006 with cutscenes that were made from like this year. And the gameplay is so sterile and it's so just boring. Like the combat itself, they just throw enemies at you. The feedback of the guns that you use, it's just so generic that it sort of just defies. You're sitting there and you're like, wait a minute, I've played games just like this, but 20 years ago. It's like somebody played Saints Row 1 or GTA 4 and was like, make me this game. And they did, but they didn't include any things that have progressed in that genre in the last 20 years. So you get this combat that is just sterile and boring. And
well, let me ask you this. It looked really good from its trailers, or at least some of its trailers.
Because that's the part of the game that is... Well, because the trailers and stuff are all just the cutscenes. So they string together some cool looking stuff in the cutscenes because you got like the future, you got like robots and artificial intelligence. So you can string together some really cool looking trailers based on, you know, the cutscenes in the game. But one of the reasons why they didn't show a lot of gameplay is because the gameplay just is, it's not good. You know, If this was the year 2006 and we played this game right now, we'd probably be like, oh, this is fun. This is a 70 or 75 on Metacritic or maybe even 80. But we have played so many games just like this in the past 20 years that when you play this, it's like, what are we doing here? Like, we're beyond this. So it's like... Yeah, man, they knew what they had, and, like, here's the thing. Did I hate my time playing the game? No, I didn't hate my time playing it. Would I recommend anybody else play this game? No. Like, absolutely. It is not worth your money. One, full price, $60? Absolutely not. If you want to spend your money and play this thing, you might as well just give your money to me. You'll get a better investment in me than you will this game. So, definitely not at $60. Definitely not at $30. If it ever gets down to $5, is it even worth it? I'm not even really sure. Because then you come to, is it even worth your time playing through it? right? Like I said, I played the game for 10 hours, and I'm thinking like, well, if this ever came to Game Pass or PlayStation Plus or another subscription service, is it even worth playing through it if you didn't have to spend any money? And honestly, I don't think so. I don't even think it's worth your time. And this is me saying like I spent 10 hours on this, and it's not like I'm wishing for my 10 hours back, because I'll say I've played worse games than this in my life. But you know, I mean, we all talk about like the stuff I had to play when I was going through Gamerscore back in the day. I've played worse games than this, but this game almost seems more offensive than the other ones. Like, and I'll explain that by saying like, okay, you'll give me shit because I once played a Barbie game, or once played, you know, Hannah Montana or something, which the goal was to get Gamerscore and achievements. And I didn't expect anything from those games, and those games didn't present themselves like they were worthy to be respected, if you get my drift. Like, the developers of Hannah Montana were just going through the motions, they just had a job, and they knew what they were making. They had no aspirations that they were doing anything else than putting out a licensed game for little girls to buy because they liked Hannah Montana, right? But when I was playing through this game, I get the sense that like they think they were making something special. I get the sense that like that they like I get the sense that some of them, maybe not all of them, or maybe it's just like the legendary game designer from Grand Theft Auto, like they were smelling their own farts here. Like they think they created something worthy, which, you know what I mean? Like, so there's a difference. So it's like those other games knew exactly what they were, and it was nothing more, nothing less, and this is it. But this one, I feel like they presented as not necessarily this groundbreaking thing, but like, look what we made. Enjoy, like, I don't know, man. I just really get the sense playing this because I can just see someone be sitting there and being like, man, we knocked it out of the park with the story about artificial intelligence and all this stuff. And I'm just like, or the robots and stuff. And it's like, oh, and dude, the ending to this game is probably got one of the worst endings I've ever seen in a game. Like, it is.
Well, don't spoil it.
I'm not gonna spoil it, but
it's people who are listening that are playing it.
But it is this, and so when I look at the reviews and it's like 3s, 4s, you know, I just like, is it that bad? And I'm like, I don't really think it's that bad, but I wouldn't necessarily rate it any higher. Maybe at the highest, I'd give it a 5. But then when I look at some of the scores, I'm like, yeah, like a 4, 5, like that seems appropriate. It's not this like awful, oh my God, like you'll hate yourself after playing it. But it's also one of those things where I could definitely see a scenario where if you played this back in 2006, you probably thought it would be cool. Because you really don't know any better. Like, we all didn't know any better. But games have evolved in the 20 years. So when you play it, you're like, oh, what are we doing here? And there's like a big there's a big gulf between how the game looks in cutscenes and how the game looks and performs during gameplay. I will say, like, the driving mechanic or how the cars handle, that's fine. Like, the actual driving of the vehicles is fine. And the game is very just, we're on the next thing. We're doing this. So you go somewhere and you fight some enemies and the mission ends and the next one starts and you get back in your car and somebody's always talking to you, right? And that's where it makes the dialogue so egregious, is because they're always talking to you. You get in your car and it's like, office please, and it'll give you a line and be like, you gotta go here, but then somebody calls you on the phone. So if it's like a 2-mile drive to here and it's like a 4-minute travel situation, then somebody's gonna be talking to you in your ear for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And it happens for everything. Anytime there's any downtime, somebody's always talking to you, and it just like you just listen to the dialogue and it's just like, who wrote this crap? Like, seriously. So that's my experience.
People in chat are feeling your pain.
Yeah.
Meat Puppet 007 with the 2 says, sounds like you took one for the team. Thank you.
Yeah, I was curious myself, right? And to be fair, I only played it because I got a code. If I didn't get a code, I would not have spent my money on this. So I played Mind's Eye so you didn't have to. So I'm telling you guys, it's not worth your money, and I don't think it's worth your time.
Mm.
And I'm not even sure this is a game that could even improve if they come out with a whole bunch of different patches. And I'm not really because I'm not sure. This isn't like can they do a Cyberpunk moment or a No Man's Sky moment where a year from now this game's like, oh my god, it's amazing. I don't think so. I don't really think there's a core thing here to salvage. Where I sort of feel with Cyberpunk, the game was already good. It's just that, the previous gens, the game didn't run well on them, and there was a lot of glitches, a lot of different things. But the core gameplay and the experience it had was still good, which is why it got good reviews. And when they were able to kind of go back to that and get rid of those things and improve the experience and release that DLC, you had that moment where it was like what the game was supposed to be 3 years before when it was released. And then all of a sudden everyone's in love with Cyberpunk again, me being one of them because I love that game, right? You look at No Man's Sky. A lot of hype around that game. The original launch was barely anything resembling what they promised. But you talk about No Man's Sky now and all the update, it's like a different game. I know there's been discussions recently about which game is the one that had the greatest comeback of all time. And I mean, it's clearly No Man's Sky or probably Final Fantasy XIV. It's like one of those two. As much as I would like to say Cyberpunk, I think it's clearly, objectively, either Final Fantasy XIV or No Man's Sky. But I don't think there's a salvageable thing here for Mind's Eye. Because people will be like, well, Cyberpunk had these problems. But the thing is, I think people loved what was underneath Cyberpunk. And they could see, if they only fixed these other things, this game would be great. But there's nothing here with...
That was not my experience with Cyberpunk, man.
I know. We've talked about that. Your experience was different,
I really think it's because I played a netrunner.
Maybe.
I played the game as a netrunner, which they didn't change that much in the combat update because it was already really good. I played as a stealth netrunner, and I absolutely loved the game right from launch. I also played it on a powerful PC, so I didn't really experience the issues console players had. But yeah, I suppose if you were someone who was experiencing all the guff with it, you probably could tell that there was something special beneath all that shit, right?
Yeah.
But gaming's weird at the moment, man. Like, a game that I thought was going to be something I would be playing for weeks and months to come just hit an overwhelmingly negative review score.
Monster Hunter Wilds, a Game of the Year contender, and ridiculously highly rated, an 88, depending on where you look, a 90 in some places. But I remember you told me before...
I was so hyped.
And you told me beforehand that you didn't think it was going to have the longevity of the previous one because there were certain things that they did that you didn't like. And now it's kind of come out, or not necessarily come out, but I think people are realizing that. So it sort of seems like your review or your thoughts on the game have been vindicated because the reviews are mostly negative now, which have dropped the overall reviews on Steam to mixed.
Yeah.
And the concurrent user numbers are below the previous game.
Yeah, Monster Hunter World has twice as many players as Wild, which is kind of wild, right?
Do you feel vindicated for your original opinion? Because I know some people didn't like your original opinion. I think you even said this might have been the most disappointed you've ever been in a game.
I mean, recently at least.
Sure.
I mean, it's still, again, it's a bit like the bones of a good game are there. It was just the poor decisions made around the meta gameplay, the meta layers of the game completely destroy the whole premise of Monster Hunter. If I don't have, they add all these monsters and these armor sets to the game, if I don't need to make a build to fight the monster because it's so easy, the whole premise of the game falls to pieces. You know, in Monster Hunter World, it was like, okay, well, I want to fight this boss, then I need blight resistance, I need this element resistance, I need to make sure, maybe I should use this weapon instead because he runs around a lot. I want to use something, you want to use a weapon and a build that has good rating for breaking monster parts and all that kind of stuff. Like, you have to analyze the monsters. That's the whole premise of Monster Hunter. You're hunting a monster. So you analyze the quarry and come prepared for the fight. But in Monster Hunter Wilds, you can go through the entire game, barely upgrading your gear ever. I think I upgraded my gear twice in the whole game in Monster Hunter Wilds. And I died once. And I ain't a pro gamer by any means. So I literally wrote down in my review, there's no way this is going to have the longevity of World, and clearly it isn't. And the updates have been coming in pretty damn slow. But one of the reasons that it is doing poorly on Steam as well, beyond that, terrible performance.
Yeah.
Which is like an ongoing discussion about games in general at the moment. We talked earlier about the poor performance of Final Fantasy 16, and then every time a game based on Unreal Engine comes out on PC, everyone's like, no, it's going to have shitty performance. It's like, it's going to have bad performance, But I don't know. There's still a lot of really great stuff to play. I mean, even Clair Obscur has, like, not the best performance in the world, but it's.
I mean, I think the performance is pretty solid. I mean, and one of the things that always sticks out to me when I played it was the lip syncing was pretty bad in spots.
Yeah, I think that's like, a tech.
And it's like, to me, it's like, all right, yeah. I mean, the lips they're not syncing up, and I'm like, but I can sort of. But I didn't when I was playing
because it was in French or something.
Yeah, I mean, but I was playing it, I didn't notice any performance issues or whatever. Like, but
see,
yeah,
this,
I get
this
what you're
is
saying.
like. This is such an Anglo-centric privilege right now.
Sure.
Because if you're like, in Germany and you're playing a game that was made in English, but then it's dubbed over the top, you ain't getting lip sync, man. That's something, only English speaking people get lip syncing. That's like
true.
first world problem, right?
I just remembered there's other thing I wanted to mention about Mind's Eye Jez in the combat, right? There's no melee in the game. There's no melee.
Oh.
So when you come up close to an enemy, some games where if you're like close to an enemy, you hit the button to fire, you'll do like a melee takedown. So there's no melee takedown. There's no melee. There's no grenades. You don't have any grenades to throw. You do get a drone that you can control that kind of looks around the battlefield, and you can use it to stun people and the energy drops, and then eventually you'll get a drone really late in the game that does shoot out like grenades, but the cooldown on it's pretty high. There's only certain cars you can get into, so like you'll see cars on the road, but if you wanted to like steal them, you can't because you can't get into them. And so even the cars you can get into, you can only get into from the driver's side door. So you could be on the passenger side and you want to get in, but you can't, so you got to run around to the other side of the vehicle to get in. It's just like weird things, bro. It's like, and like the world itself is so empty. Like, yeah, there's this like city, it's sort of like Vegas, but there's no reason to even go around and look at any of this stuff. Like there would be in a Grand Theft Auto or a Saints Row. It's just, what were they thinking?
There's so many times you play a game these days and you sit there and think, what were they thinking?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that over and over again while I was playing Dragon Age of Valkyrie. I was like, what the hell were they thinking when they put this together?
Yeah. I don't know what they're. Honestly, I don't know what they were thinking with this game either. It's just, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just don't play the game, guys. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your money.
Play Rogue Trader instead.
Yeah. JoJo says Rand taking a dump on this gem. I mean, it should, like, don't play it. Don't spend your money. RDX Son of Fett says, Alters is good, but won't load Act 2. Sad. You know, I was going to ask you. So, I've read the reviews of Alters, and like the core, what the game is doing with the clones and the sci-fi stuff really, really interests me a lot.
Yes.
But the gameplay, I hate the gameplay. I hate the XCOM.
Have you played it?
No, but I hate the XCOM base building stuff. I hate that.
Not base building.
Well, I mean, like when you're, so I'm sitting here and I know it's like, oh, it's on Game Pass or whatever, and it's like I could just download, but I just
it's not really.
I hate the whole
really
manage.
like
I hate the whole managing different sections to like. I hate that stuff in games.
It's not overtly heavy, at least not in the start of the game. Like it's more about like, you know, it weaves more closely to the narrative than it would in a typical survival game. It's like, you know, I need to make a hydroponics bay because I need food to live, you know. So it's more like you're role playing The Martian, you know.
So I mean,
it's
do
not
you,
like
do you think do you think I would like it? Is the question?
It's not like you have. It's not like you have to sit there crafting food.
Right.
You know, you don't have to sit there.
Because
Like,
those are game mechanics I hate.
10 potatoes. Yeah. You don't sit there crafting 10 potatoes. You just make the bay, and then story things happen in the bay. You know.
Okay. So you think I should play this game then?
I think you'd like it. Yeah.
Even though it has these elements that I do not like.
Yeah, it's not like that. It's not like what you're thinking. It's not like Minecraft.
You were very high in this game. How come you haven't been playing it?
I've been playing Rogue Trader, man.
Oh, that's right. You've been playing this Rogue Trader game. That's true. Do you want to go and play Alters?
I think Alters is next after this. I was
like,
going to play Final Fantasy 16, but I've taught myself out of it when bitching about the combat earlier. So I think I'll play the Alters next. And I'll record some gameplay for next week.
Because I was like thinking about it, and I'm just like, oh, do I want it?
Have you played this War of Mine?
No, but that's also because it has those elements of games that I don't like.
It's an interactive narrative adventure. It's not a survival game. It's a more interactive walking simulator, kind of. You know.
I mean, this one's right up my alley with the whole science fiction angle and the clone stuff.
I think the science fiction stuff and the narrative stuff, the dark narrative elements, would help you get over anything to do with crafting or whatever.
Right.
Because a lot of that stuff is just things that he would have to do as part of the role play of trying to survive on the planet. It's like, okay, well, I've got to go and do a spacewalk now, and I've got to go and set up some mining machines to get some materials, but all that shit happens automatically. You set up the pylons and do the triangulation. It's almost like puzzling, you know. It's not like I'm gonna sit there and craft 10 hamburgers. It's not like that. Play it, man. You'll surprise yourself.
Dan Taku says, not Rand talking about scale to talk about the scripted ass Rails boss fights. I mean, they are scripted, but the scale of it, you can't deny the scale of what you're seeing on your screen, Mr. Otaku, Mr. I must cap for every bad Nintendo article that comes out on. I see you on every time I look at Don's Twitter profile when I get on Twitter. Don's talking about some Switch 2 thingamabob that someone may not like or whatever, but then he's like he's trying to defend it, like IGN gave the Nintendo Switch 2 a 7, and I saw Don Otaku being like, how dare you IGN do this to the Switch 2 with the 7 when you gave the Portal an 8 or whatever. I'm just like, Don, calm down. The Nintendo doesn't need your defense, bro. They're going to sell hundreds of millions of these things, and people are going to love them. They don't need you out here defending all the time for them. But I understand.
So there's someone who ain't loving it right now.
Who's that?
Third-party publishers.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about it in a minute. But I love it.
I'm just gonna grab. Sorry, go on.
Well, I just love how he's like, it's like because it's on rails that somehow that negates the epicness of exactly what's going on screen or the scale of the thing happening just because it's scripted. You know? I don't know. I feel like it, you know, I feel like everybody knows who watch that stuff. Be like, yeah, this is a scripted thing, but I mean, it looks cool as hell, you know?
Through that. I'm just gonna grab a drink of something.
Another
Be
drink?
back in
What's
2
going
minutes.
on over there?
Well, I spilled my other one, didn't I?
Oh, okay.
And it's very, very warm here. I'll be right back. 1 minute.
All right. We got Puckish Rogue saying, it's funny seeing a game the Square Enix claimed could only run on the PS5 finally arrive on Xbox. Like, yeah, when they say all that stuff, it's just for marketing purposes. It doesn't actually mean any of that when they say that stuff. Like, all these consoles are PCs anyways. You know, all these games are built on PCs first in the first place. Like, them saying it can only run on the PS5 is just marketing spiel. It's only the way they can, like, be, oh yeah, the exclusivity deal with it. We can only run here, and the SSD, you know, helps us do all this stuff. It's like, it's just, I mean, you've been around long enough. You've heard this every single generation, and none of it ends up being true. I mean, maybe the only thing that sort of ends up being true was like the Metal Gear Solid 4 stuff, specifically because of how many discs it would have taken to run on the 360 or whatever, but other than that, it was like, no, they could have put that on there if they wanted to. It just probably wasn't worth it because of the disk space. But, I mean, Metal Gear Solid 4 sounds like it's about to come to Xbox and other platforms through Metal Gear Solid Collection 2. So, I don't know. That's all just a bunch of just marketing they are to try to, like, sell it. Web Dave with the super chat says, Rand and Jez love the show. Hope you're both in LA 2026. We will see. Nightwolf says, sup fellas, glad I could finally catch a show live. Curious and off-topic question. With World War II shooters being sort of niche now, you guys feel a return to the Brothers in Arms franchise would be good? Yeah. I mean, wasn't there rumors that there was a Brothers in Arms game in the works not that long ago? I sort of feel like there was. And the fact that we haven't seen it suggests that maybe it didn't go all the way through, and so maybe it got canceled. But Brothers in Arms was always kind of a weird mishmash. It was tactical, but you could take control. I'm not sure that's something. I mean, they could always bring it back and modernize it, and maybe it does okay. But I'm not sure. Do people really want to go back to World War II? I know there was a time last generation where people were tired of future stuff, and when they brought back like Battlefield 1 and World War II for Call of Duty, that people really embraced that. But then they quickly fell out of love with that because Battlefield 5 didn't do well, and they went back to modern day. And then modern day stuff sold way better than the... It's like, what more could you do with World War II or World War I or any of those stuff from? It just seems like we've beat that horse so many times that there's nothing left to really explore. And I'm not even sure. Like, I think Gearbox is the one that does. I'm not even sure they would even really want to do Brothers in Arms. You know, their focus is on Borderlands or whatever else. Maybe, I don't know, you revisit that in 10 years. Maybe more people are willing to do a World War II thing again with that stuff. I don't know.
I'm back.
Donataku says, also stop over-exaggerating my tweets. I replied one word to the IGN score. Lol, I do not sound like that. Yeah. You replied, I know, I do it for comedic effect. I do it for, you know, the parody of it. Of course, you don't sound like that, but you get my drift. I'm sorry if I made you sound different than you actually are. And but I did see your tweet, so I knew you responded to it, just like I've seen a whole bunch of Nintendo guys being like, "How dare you? How dare you give the Switch 2 a 7?" You know. Um, wh-
How
so
dare you?
Nightwolf wants to know if we could see, would you want to, or could we see Brothers in Arms come back, Jazz? What do you think about that?
I've never heard of Brothers in
That's the
Arms.
Gearbox World War II tactical-ish shooter that they used to make.
Never heard of it,
Oh,
so
okay.
probably not.
I never heard of it. All right. We got RDX Son of Fett. Says,
What was that? What was that game that I hadn't heard of that upset everyone before?
oh, that was, Outrun.
Outrun, yeah, never heard of it.
Outrun, yes. Never heard of it. Shame.
I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of it since you talked about it either. I'm starting to think you just made it up.
No, I didn't. RDX Son of Fett says, Jez says 2027 for next gen. Brad Sam says 2026 with new installments of Pillar games. Why does Jez say 2027, and can you bring on Brad to discuss that?
Right, so this is the sort of back and forth about the launch window. I mean, I'll say this. 2027 is sort of like an expectation for me. It's not necessarily like I've got hard sourcing on 2027, but the 2027 number comes from the same place as my Xbox handheld reporting. And obviously timelines have changed with regards to that. So maybe with the handheld being sidelined, not cancelled, sidelined, maybe that frees them up to speed up the timelines for the regular console. But I honestly don't know. I'm still investigating the timelines on that. I'll probably know more soon because I am sort of looking into a lot of this stuff about what Microsoft's doing with AMD, you know, and all the implications therein. I suppose the information on the timelines will emerge as a result.
Yeah,
of that.
we'll talk about the timelines when we talk about the partnership because that's a big part of it too. And plus, you know, I have my own opinion about it. Dr. Adams says, Jez, spill the tea about next gen Xbox and why Stellar Blade going to Switch 2, not Xbox. It was first announced for Xbox in 2021. Is Sony blocking it? Or is it because Xbox has guidelines or rules against stuff like Stellar Blade? What do you think?
So, does Xbox block Stellar Blade? The answer to that is no. There's no policy that blocks Stellar Blade from hitting Xbox. I mean, you only have to look at games like The First Descendant for proof of that. If you're talking about things like, you know, the assets of the main character, for example, the art assets. I mean, nothing else. You pervy people. But there are plenty of games with characters sort of like that, right? So there's nothing policy wise that's preventing it from coming across. I would say that, you know, maybe, you know, it's just an issue of like Microsoft not doing enough to court the dev or something, you know, but it kind of sucks if it does come to Nintendo Switch and it doesn't come to Xbox, right?
I mean, it was originally announced for Xbox when it was Project Eve. And then Sony took up publishing for it, dropped Xbox, of course. But I don't think Sony owns the IP. I believe that's owned by Shift Up. I mean, I don't know about, you know, the rumor of it coming to Switch 2. I don't know how good the source is on that because it was just a forum. I mean, very well could come to Xbox as well, but I mean, we don't know how long or, you know, how much like Sony's deal lasts for, or does Sony deal preclude Xbox but not Switch 2? Those would be like the terms of deals you'd have to see, but I don't know. I don't think there's anything particularly blocking the game, like the nature of Eve, because like Jess said, look at First Descendant. I don't think it would be announced.
Yeah, it was Endless Zone Zeros.
Yeah,
Endless Zone Zeros got some pretty interesting, compelling skinnage in that game.
true.
You know,
True.
But I do think Microsoft's. This is probably a case of, Microsoft not doing the legwork they need to have done in countries like Korea. Obviously, Shift Up is based in Korea. They don't have Goddess of Victory Nikki either, which is a pretty huge fucking game. I don't know if it's on PlayStation though either at the moment. But that company is absolutely someone that Microsoft should be trying to, get in their good graces, because they, they have some seriously big games under their belt. But yeah, Project Eve was announced for the Xbox One, in fact, back in the day. And now this company's sort of really blown up, mainly because of Goddess of Victory. It's another gacha game, broski. Another gacha game.
Well, Stellar Blade's not a gacha game.
Stellar Blade isn't, no, but Goddess of Victory is, and Goddess of Victory is what made them all their money. Goddess of Victory made $70 million in its first month of operation. It's been out for a few years now, and it's all about collecting waifus, man. You like waifus?
Good old waifus, yeah.
No, you don't like waifus?
No. We got Don Taku saying real gameplay or it didn't happen. Devil May Cry and Bayonetta is greater than whatever else. I'm not saying Final Fantasy XVI is better than those games, but okay. BT Maverick says, what Metroidvanias would you guys rank higher? Hollow Knight or Ori Will of the Wisps? Oh, easy. Will of the Wisps. Totally. All day.
No.
Every day, all day. 100%,
no.
100%.
Will of the Wisps. I'm sorry, Will of the Wisps is not better than Hollow Knight.
It is 100% better than Hollow Knight.
Not.
And
it's really not. Will of the Wisps is linear as hell.
It really is.
It's not. It's not, man. It's not.
Ori has better combat. Ori has better character. Ori has better.
No, it doesn't.
Ori level design.
Nah, it's bullshit. It's so cap.
Better bosses.
So cap.
Oh no, actually, no. I'll give better bosses to Hollow Knight. On that
people
one.
Are going insane for Silksong.
Sure, of course.
If they announced
I didn't say Silksong. I didn't say Hollow Knight was bad. I didn't say Hollow Knight was bad. Well, this is also. If Ori wasn't an Xbox game, it might have the recognition that Hollow Knight has. Like if Nintendo made Ori, or if like PlayStation made Ori, it would definitely be probably a bigger
Ori.
thing.
More like Sonori.
Ori's got a better story. The only thing that I think, yes, it does. It absolutely 100% does. Are you kidding me?
It doesn't, man. It doesn't. Right. Hollow Knight's story is deep, bro.
I'll give you that the boss fights are better in Hollow Knight.
Man. Hollow Knight is in another universe compared to Ori. Ori's great, man. Great, precise platforming, very gorgeous, layered art.
It only took you 7 years to beat Hollow Knight, by the way. Yeah.
7 years?
Or however long.
I started last year.
I mean, the game's been out for how long at this point? I think I played Hollow Knight on the Xbox One, bro.
Yeah, but bro, it doesn't matter when you play it. What matters is your taste in games. And right now, your taste is on the bottom rung, bro.
Sorry. Doesn't matter. Ori, Will and the Wisps is better than Hollow Knight. Will it be better than Silksong? We'll see.
It's not, man.
It doesn't matter. My opinion's more well-founded. Did you beat Ori?
Of course I did. I reviewed it.
No, yeah, right. The one time.
Laggy as fuck. Poor performance as well.
I mean, at launch. Yeah.
Bad performance.
Did have bad performance. You know who else is a bad performer?
3 out of 10. It's a 3 out of 10 game.
You know who else is a bad performer?
Who?
Randy Pitchford.
Randy Pitchford. Why is
because it was confirmed this week. Borderlands 4 is not going to be $80. It's going to be $70.
So that sounds a lot cheaper than $80. I better go and buy it.
It does. So there's been a lot of discussion, and I saw a Kotaku article being like, all these people complain for nothing. But it's like, wouldn't the drama caused by what Randy Pitchford said actually maybe caused Take-Two to price the game at $70 because of the backlash, right? Now, what do you think happened here, Jez? Because I have a conspiracy theory.
Go on.
Okay. I know the common thought is that Randy Pitchford came out and said what he said, which was along the lines of, what exactly did he say? Do you remember? I forget exactly what he said, but his implication was that the game was going to be $80. And everybody freaked out because nobody wants to pay more for anything. And nobody fought back against $70, and the industry adopted it wholesale immediately. And people were worried that the industry was going to adopt the $80 after the Mario Kart World situation, where then Xbox came and they're like, "We're doing $80 too," and it really felt like, all right, we're about to get hit with a whole bunch of $80 games, and Borderlands 4 was going to be the first one based on what Randy Pitchford said. But people bitched. There was like all the drama online, and then it came out that no, it's actually $70, and everyone's like, "Yeah, victory!" Right? I think it was a false flag operation, Jez.
False flag.
I think
False flag, man. Like the Gulf of Tonkin.
Maybe I'm giving Randy Pitchford and Take-Two too much credit here, but a part of me thinks that it was going to be $70 anyways. But they thought to themselves, you know what? How can we turn this situation into a positive one for us? So what they did was they had Randy go out there and insinuate that the game was going to be $80, knowing that everybody would get upset and bitch and complain. But secretly knowing all the time that it was going to be $70, so that when they make the announcement that it's $70, everybody was like, "We won!" And now you feel better about buying the game. I think this was all just a ploy by Randy and Take-Two, because it feels those people that bitched and complained feel like they've won something, and that they should reward Take-Two and Randy for, staying at $70. So they took a situation where, it wasn't going to be like it wasn't going to be 80, and they manufactured this thing. It's like they created their own problem, but then gave their own solution to the problem, and everybody loved them for it. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, is that the marketing degree coming out?
No, look, I don't know if that's true. That was just something I was thinking of. I was just thinking, like, man, what if they pulled this whole thing on everybody where they
Randy's that smart?
They present a situation where it's going to be 80 and everyone bitches, and then the whole time they were like, it's going to be 70. Yeah. So then everybody is like, yeah, our voices mattered, and let's tell Take-Two how much we want $70 games by buying this Borderlands 4 to like prove with our money, vote with our wallets, that this is what we want. And secretly, it was like always going to be 70. They just used people's outrage and then funneled it into the idea of like, you actually caused change.
Well, someone in my team actually wrote an article this week, which was like, I'm so glad Borderlands 4 is killing this FOMO tactic, and like it's not going to have paid early access either.
I noticed
so like
that.
Now it sounds like, Borderlands they're doing it for the fans, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe it is all a good tactic.
Yeah, I did notice that. Strangely, even though they have 3 versions of the game, they have a $69.99 version, they have a $99.99 version, and a $129.99 version, right? But usually the $99 version, the $100 and $130 version would have early access. But they don't have it for this one. Everything's the same day. And it sort of seemed like that was the way the industry was moving, where everything was going to have early access so they could justify selling the ultimate bundles. And you know what other game recently that came out this year didn't have that? Was Assassin's Creed Shadows. Did not have early access on the more expensive bundles. So Yeah, I wonder if that also has something to do with. I wonder why they wouldn't, because I feel like Borderlands 4 was a prime game for that, because it's a co-op game. You could convince other people to buy it, to play it with you. But like, come on, don't wait. We got 5 days. We got the weekend. Come on, spend the $100. But they decided not to, so I don't know. But I know a lot of people have been unhappy with how much the industry has adopted the early access stuff. And Xbox does quite a bit of them, right? I think Outer Worlds 2 is 5-day early access as part of their, if you buy the $100 version or the Game Pass upgrade, if you have Game Pass. Although I don't think Ninja Gaiden 4 has early access. I'm not sure. I'd have to look. But yeah, so I guess the question is, my conspiracy theory. You could agree with me or not. I'm not even really sure. I think that's what happened, because is that giving too much credit to Randy and Take-Two's marketing department? Probably. But do you think? I guess the question is, do you believe it was always going to be $70, or do you think it was $80 and then the backlash changed it to be $70? What do you think's more likely in this scenario?
I don't know. I think Randy was just being Randy, talking a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think it was a big conspiracy. I think Randy was being Randy.
So, is the industry, I guess the next question is the industry adopting $80 slower than what you anticipated? Because right now it's just Nintendo with one game, and right now Xbox with one game with Outer Worlds 2, which I think we both said doesn't rethink it'll be hurt by it being $80. Doesn't really feel like it should be. We also
I think these publishers have sort of sensed the backlash that could brew from this, because let's face it, people's incomes are squeezed right now.
Sure.
So in that universe, like, do you really want to be among the companies that are doing this? So far, only Nintendo and Xbox have broke ranks on this. So part of me is thinking, like,
and it didn't hurt Nintendo any.
Well, you say this, but
at least not yet.
But is it just Nintendo first party games are $80?
No,
how many first party games do they even have right now?
Not many, but it was Mario Kart at $80, but then Donkey Kong, which just had its direct, is going to be $70. They did say it's variable pricing, so it depends. And if you were going to try it with a game, Mario Kart's their biggest franchise, so that's the one to do it with. Which is why it doesn't really make sense for Xbox to do it with Outer Worlds 2, because it's Outer Worlds. The new game does look fantastic, but you could probably get away with it with COD. Although I sort of wonder what an $80 COD looks like versus a $70 Battlefield 6 Vince Zampella-led game. With like Battlefield, if Battlefield's really back, but it's also cheaper than COD, and so it's like, how does that work out? Do you want to give lose any people to any of your market share to Battlefield 6? And I don't know, like maybe part of me was like, all right, I thought more. Maybe this year's kind of a throwaway, because a lot of prices already been set, and I didn't really see anybody who had set a price is going to change it, right? So maybe we more have to look at it next year to see, what does EA do? What does Sony do with their games next year? Because they had already priced Death Stranding 2 and Ghost of Yotai before Nintendo did the $80 stuff. So I sort of felt like, okay, well, here's the opening salvo. Other publishers are going to adopt it, and maybe other publishers might be looking for more data on it and to see, like, okay, did it affect Nintendo any? Doesn't really seem like it. Is it going to affect Xbox any? And then maybe they look at Outer Worlds 2 and see what it does or what it doesn't do to inform, or to help them inform their own decisions in the future. I don't know. Maybe $80 doesn't take off. What if it's just Xbox and Nintendo that doesn't, and nobody else even bothers? Or, well, except for maybe Take-Two with Grand Theft Auto 6. What if... Wouldn't that be something, huh? Anyways, let's see what else we got here. Um, Jez, you want to talk about this Xbox AMD stuff?
Yeah, let's do it. Sorry, I was just dealing with something at work because Insider Gaming just broke an
Yes,
article
I saw.
saying that Xbox and Meta are
Mm-hmm.
announcing an Xbox Meta Quest.
Yes.
However, they already announced it a year ago.
Did they?
Last April, Xbox and Meta Quest announced that there would be an Xbox Meta Quest that uses the Meta OS or whatever. But this reports suggests that it's a new thing, and I'm just kind of like confused about it. So maybe people forgot that they announced it. I thought I was going crazy, so I went up on Windows Central and I was like, Xbox did announce this, right? I'm not going crazy. And yeah, sure enough, April 22nd, 2024, Microsoft will be one of the first companies to create a third-party Meta Horizon headset. So it is going to
Well,
be a
I
Meta
mean, I
Quest.
think because I think it just probably slipped through people's memories. Nobody really
Yeah.
remembers that from over a year ago. So they see this and they're like, "Oh, you look at the Xbox
Oh, yeah.
ROG Ally X, and then you see this, and you're like, oh, it's a new device." But the device was already
Well,
announced last year.
yeah. I think it is part. It is part of the sort of the whole the conversation about putting the Xbox branding on more types of devices, getting it out there and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like even though it was announced a year ago, it must be drawing closer now. If people forgot that they already announced it, and
I mean, to be
there's new
fair, I
information.
forgot that.
It
I
must be
mean,
getting out to retailers. You forgot.
I forgot about it. I
Yeah.
saw the Insider Gaming article, and I was like, okay. And I didn't
Yeah.
even. And I'm someone who remembers a lot of stuff when it comes to this sort of thing. I didn't. Like, I remember them. They announced a partnership, but
I
I
remember.
thought it was just like you could play Xbox stuff within, the Meta VR headset. I totally forgot that they were supposed to collaborate on a device. But it's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just like, who's gonna buy it? Who's gonna buy an Xbox branded Meta headset? You know, I,
Well, yeah, I suppose. I mean, this is the exact quote from them. It's Xbox and Meta teamed up last year to bring Xbox Cloud Gaming beta to Meta Quest, letting people play Xbox games on a large 2D virtual screen in mixed reality. Today, we're working together again to create a limited edition Meta Quest inspired by Xbox, said Meta. So it sounds like Meta's making it.
okay.
But if this news is, I'd forgotten about it until I saw this article, and I was like, hang on, this rings a bell. So yeah, it does sound as though it is just a reskinned MetaQuest. Maybe with Xbox Cloud Gaming pre-installed on it or something. I don't know. But there was a bit of other VR news this week before we go into the AMD stuff.
The VR stuff.
Yeah, so Beat Saber announced their ending support for new updates for the PlayStation VR versions of Beat Saber. Now, Beat Saber is the biggest VR game in the world, bar none. It's made tens of millions of dollars, and I think it's just because it's sort of like the game you play when you get a headset. It's like a rhythm game where you slash blocks in tune to a licensed music a lot of the time. And I kind of feel like if the biggest VR game in the world is ending support for PlayStation VR, I think Microsoft was probably right not to head into this category, right, Rand? That's kind of that was my reaction to the news. I think if PlayStation can't nail it, then what prayer would Microsoft have had?
I think there was
Yeah,
there was a moment in time where everybody thought VR was the next horizon, right?
Yeah.
And it just didn't happen. And
Nope.
can you point to
happen.
like reasons? Was it too expensive? Was there too many wires? Was the
It's too
experience not good
inconvenient.
enough? Yeah, I guess inconvenient.
For me, it's too inconvenient because I own one, and I never use it. And I think like that's the real issue here is that people can't make money with these devices if people never really use it. Like it's fatiguing, it's uncomfortable, it's not relaxing. And I think gaming is generally about relaxing. I think VR will have some kind of role to play, Like they're using it a lot in businesses and business scenarios, you know, for like high-end design work and engineering work and stuff like that. But I think for gaming, it's just like if I want to chill and relax, I'm gonna do it in a chair in front of my TV. I'm not gonna put a computer on my face, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. MetaQuest 3 3S though, I admittedly haven't used that one. I've only used the MetaQuest 2, which is wireless. So at least you get that bit of convenience out the way. Because the PSVR's got a big ass cable, right? Which is again not ideal if you're trying to be immersed in a virtual reality world. But yeah, I don't know. Cameron Partlow says VR gaming can be really fun. Playing Arizona Sunshine 2 in co-op with a friend, it's a blast. Yeah, Arizona Sunshine was really good. It just made me feel sick. Made me feel sick, man. Like
Mm-hmm.
even the you can set it into teleporting mode instead of walking mode, which makes you a little less nauseous. Um but I think Beat Saber was like the best game because it doesn't make you nauseous because you don't walk around. You're standing still stationarily, so it doesn't make you nauseous. But then even if you're not feeling sick, it's things like the lenses fogging up and you have to clean the lenses and then someone's like, "Oh, can you help me with this?" And it's like, "Oh, I've got to put the controllers down. Oh, I can't see where I'm putting the controllers down because I literally can't see because I've got a computer on my head." It's all those kind of weird, annoying things that coalesce into something that's just like, I can't be asked to deal with all this crap. So I'm just not going to use it. And my MetaQuest is in the drawer gathering dust, much like
Mm-hmm.
my Nintendo Switch did.
Chris says in the super chat, assuming that Xbox does in fact release Gears, Forza, Halo, and Fable next year, how do you think they will spread them out? Which one gets fall? I mean, well, that is a good question. Because we've seen Forza and Halo release a week apart from each other before, right? In 2021, they released Forza Horizon 5, and then the week after they released the multiplayer, the free-to-play portion of Halo Infinite, because the single-player campaign didn't come out till December. You remember that?
Yeah.
So you could make the argument that Forza could release anywhere among those. But when you think about Gears and Halo and Fable, like, those all seem like fall games to me. But then I guess it all depends on when they're going to be finished. Like, you look at Fable, which was supposed to come out this fall. They delayed it, but how long is the delay for? We don't know. Right? When they delayed Avowed, they delayed Avowed, and it was kind of close to release, and they even said, "Oh, well, we're giving you a break from your backlog," which was a dumb excuse. And Avowed's coming out, in what was it, February? I think it was. But they only had delayed it a couple months. With Fable, they didn't really give a time frame. They just said it needs more time. So it's like, did Fable get a year delay? Did Halo? Because when I look at, like, okay, if we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of Xbox next year,
We sure are.
then it really does make sense for Halo to be a game that launches on that date, which would be, what would that be? Let's see. You scroll to 2026. Go to November. What is that? November 5th. Well, when did the OG Xbox release? I think it was like November 15th, right?
I have no idea.
I mean, let me Google that right quick. OG Xbox release date. I want to say it was November 15th. Original Xbox was released on November 15th, 2021, or 2001. So November 15th. You look at that here, November 15th, 2026 is that is a Sunday.
Released on a Sunday?
No, I'm saying next year, November 15th is on a Sunday.
Oh, right, okay.
Right? if so, but that would be the perfect time to release Halo Combat Evolved Remake. I think you would agree, and I think everybody in chat would agree.
No.
Yes,
I disagree.
you disagree.
I disagree.
No, okay. So when would it be?
I think you launch Halo Combat Evolved somewhere where the least amount of people can see it.
Oh, shut
Because
up.
Because you don't.
Oh, you know what? With that said, they should release Halo on the 15th, and they should release Gears on the 14th, so Gears gets overshadowed once again. You know, I can never take you seriously when it comes to Halo or the Gears stuff. You know?
Look, bro. I've actually got a good point about this. I think because Halo sees a remake or a remaster. Let's face it, it's going to be a remaster. It's going to be another reskin. I don't think you need to release that in a sort of like prime time slot, in my view. Gears Ear Day is a completely new game, completely from the ground up, new graphics, new code, new everything, right? That's a showcase for the year, in my view. Your Halo reskin of a 50-year-old game that nobody wants to play, nobody cares about Halo anymore. You can shovel that out at, like, I don't know, Easter vacation so the kids can play it or something.
Dude, your hatred for Halo is just legendary here. You know?
No, but seriously, like, okay, no more trolling. But because it's a remake, that doesn't go in the prime time slot in my view. Because you got Call of Duty in that time frame as well, right? So like, yes. I think because Gears Reloaded is launching this summer, right?
Maybe you launch the 26th of August.
So maybe you release Halo CE in August. In my opinion.
I mean, you could. And I guess this is a good problem to have since you have so many games that you're trying to figure out when's the right time to release them all, yes? It's a great problem to have because before it was just like, well...
We didn't have any games at all.
Yeah, so to figure out...
No, we didn't. We had Redfall to look forward to.
Yeah, to figure out when you should release Modern Warfare 4, a Halo CE remake, a Forza Horizon 6, a Gears E-Day, and a Fable is a good problem to have. But it is a problem because you do got to figure it out. And personally, I'd release the Halo CE remake about as close as you can get to the release of whatever anniversary you're doing here, right? So in my mind, maybe they do release it on a Sunday. So let's just say Halo CE is November 15th. You release it on the 25th anniversary, Halo CE remake. You probably then have Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 release late October. So I think that's probably where it's going to sit. Then you think about the other games. Does Gears come in September? Is Gears early next year? Right? Because Tom Warner was reporting for all last year, essentially, that Gears was targeting 2025.
Right.
And, it's been pushed clearly, or it never was delayed. I mean, they could have been targeting, there could have been an outside chance they were looking at 2025, and then, we're not going to make it. So I guess it really depends on when the games are ready. I mean, for all we know, we could have a direct next year that you tune in January, and it's Gears E-Day, it's Forza Horizon 6, it's Fable, and it's State of Decay 3. And State of Decay 3 and Gears are released in the first half of the year. And then the other games are released in the back half of the year.
That's good to me.
It could be that. I mean, everybody assumes that all those games we just mentioned are fall games. Because they are all huge games. And they all do seem like fall. But we just did see them release Doom in May, which typically the Doom games tend to release like March, May time. There are big games that are released in the early part of the year. I mean, next year you have Resident Evil 6 or Resident Evil 9. We know is released in February, end of February. Resident Evil is a massive franchise, and you still have the specter of Grand Theft Auto hanging over everything else too, Jez. You got to keep that into account, right? Because if you think Grand Theft Auto is going to stay the course, you probably want to release whatever you're releasing at least a month beforehand. So the middle of April, May would be completely off limits to you at that point, right? Like, you're not going to release anything 2 weeks before Grand Theft Auto. That'd be suicide. But then what happens if you plan everything and it's like, all right, we're going with the holiday release of all these games to celebrate the 25th anniversary, and then Grand Theft Auto 6 moves to the fall? Right? What do you do then? I'm sure there's probably plenty of companies pondering this question right now that get paid millions of dollars.
There sure is.
You know,
There
so
sure is.
I would not be surprised if one of those games comes out early next year before Grand Theft Auto. Maybe the Fable delay is not as long as we think. Maybe Fable comes out in May. Maybe they split up the Playground stuff. Maybe Forza Horizon 6 is the one that comes out, let's say, early. But then again, the Forza games always come out in holiday. So it's a great problem to have, and they're going to have to figure it out. But it does make you think. But I would say when it comes to Halo, I would feel confident that a Halo release would be tied to the anniversary itself. Because it just makes all the sense in the world. To me.
I agree.
Now, another thing I guess we should talk about, because it is kind of tied to the report was tied to the anniversary, was the reporting from Xstasis about Xbox Classics and Microsoft working with the the devs of the emulator of 360, and how it was going to be called like Xbox Classics for dealing with OG Xbox games and Xbox 360 games. Seemed a lot of people liked the idea of that, but I think you had said differently. So what's going on with that, Jez? Let the people know what's going on with Xbox Classics or whatever this was called.
So I saw this Xstasis report that Xenia, who is working on an open source project for emulating 360 games on modern PCs, is working with Microsoft on building a similar emulator for Windows. They've partnered up. Now that sounded really odd to me, because I was like, why would Microsoft partner with an external Japanese company, or not even a company, like just, a team of devs or whatever? Why would they do this? And indeed, Xenia themselves came out and was like, oh, actually, this is not true. So it does seem like, first and foremost, the Xenia angle was completely incorrect. And I went to some of my sources and I asked, like, is this a thing? Because to me, it doesn't sound like a thing, just because of the Xenia stuff and them denying it. And they were kind of like, yeah, it's not a thing, pretty definitively. However, I do think that there's potentially some confusion from Xstasis' sources about what exactly is going on here. I don't know where the Xenia angle comes from, but that's definitely not true. But I do think there is probably some substance, at least potentially, with regards to a broadening of access to Xbox games that you already own. I do know one thing that they've been doing, which kind of does corroborate this to some degree. Microsoft's been doing a lot of work engaging publishers on the licensing terms for our games that we own today on Xbox, Mm-hmm. But my view was always like, that's more of a future facing thing. That's more like, okay, look, in the future, when you buy a game for the next Xbox, we're expanding the definition of what an Xbox game is to also include PC, and I think publishers have been aware for a long time. This is obviously the way Microsoft's going, and it's already built into the licensing terms for Steam, where it's like, Steam is becoming platform agnostic. You can run Steam OS on other kinds of hardware, and you can run Steam on any PC or a Steam Deck. and your Steam games always goes with you. And I think Microsoft wants to get there too, to the point where it's like your Xbox library is accessible on all devices. Today, the vehicle for that is Xbox Play Anywhere. But tomorrow, do we move to a scenario where, some of this new silicon that AMD is producing, does that future-facing silicon layer and all those new devices, do they support Xbox games natively, like everything that we've already got? So I do think there's some potentiality here where it's like there could be PC-like devices in the future that do run Xbox 360 games, but I don't expect to be running my 360 backwards compatible games on my Razer Blade laptop anytime soon. I don't expect that, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Microsoft's clearly going in that direction.
Okay.
But I personally think it hinges entirely on these new chips that they're working on with AMD.
Which I guess we're going to talk about right now, right?
Sure.
So
remind us what happened this week, Rand.
So out of nowhere on a Tuesday, random Tuesday in June 17th, I think it was, Xbox announced a brand new partnership with AMD for their next generation of devices. And as Sarah Bond said in a video, she said, "I am thrilled to share we've established a strategic multi-year partnership with AMD to co-engineer silicon across a portfolio of devices, including our next generation Xbox consoles, in your living room and in your hands." At Xbox, our vision is for you to play the games you want with the people you want anywhere you want. That's why we're investing in our next generation hardware lineup across console, handheld, PC, cloud, and accessories. Together with AMD, we're advancing the state-of-the-art in gaming silicon to deliver the next generation of graphics innovation to unlock a deeper level of visual quality and immersive gameplay and player experiences, enhanced with the power of AI, all while maintaining compatibility with your existing library of Xbox games. This is all about building you a gaming platform that's always with you, so you can play the games you want across devices anywhere you want, delivering you an Xbox experience not locked to a single store or tied to one device. And that's why we're working closely with the Windows team to ensure that Windows is the number one platform for gaming. The next generation of Xbox is coming to life, and this is just the beginning. We can't wait to show you what's next. So, this was out of nowhere, Jez. Kind of.
Kind of, but also kind of not, if you listen to last week's show.
Sure. Which I'm sure plenty of people did. I mean, they always do. I guess before we get into the minutia of the details here, I do have a question.
Minutiae.
And that's the whole why? Why? You ever see the collection of clips of the pastor going, "Why? Why? Why?" Not necessarily why, but why now? Why announce this now when 8 days before this, they actually had a showcase where they potentially could have delivered this exact message during the showcase when millions of people were watching? What was the reasoning to them being like, okay, we're going to do this a couple weeks later? Was it because the deal was just signed recently so they couldn't? Was it because they didn't want the announcement to overshadow anything that was within the showcase itself, like the announcement of the Xbox Ally X? Was it because they were worried about how the conversation taking form about Xbox libraries and backwards compatibility and their own where they are in the hardware space, because people are talking about Xbox leaving hardware, and what does that do for people who own all these games, and is it safe to invest in Xbox and buying games there in the future? What's going on here?
So I will say this. Microsoft tracks sentiment after showcase events. Well, they're always tracking sentiment. But I heard that there was some literature that went out, which sort of talked about reactions from the showcase, right? And a lot of the reactions, they had like, there was sort of like different categories of, the types of reactions that people were seeing, sort of like good, middle, and negative, right? And one of the sort of the mixed reactions things was the confusion I think they created when they announced the Xbox Ally, right? Um, and also the speculation. So we saw Tom Warren and The Verge put out an article, which well, actually, I don't know. I think it was in tweets, and I had a back and forth with Tom Warren on Twitter about it, where Tom was like, if you're looking at the Xbox Ally, you're getting an idea of what the next Xbox console is going to look like. And a lot of people took that to mean that the next Xbox would just be a PC, as in you're going to lose access to your library. You're going to lose access to your library. You're going to be resigned to Xbox Play Anywhere games only, right? And I think what Microsoft really wanted to do was get ahead of that speculation becoming a wildfire, because honestly, for the past year, about all these rumors about Steam and what would it mean to have an Xbox that runs
ever
Steam.
since the multi-platform announcements, people have wondered about Xbox's commitment to hardware, and then
Well,
the
yeah,
rumors came out about you reporting that their own internally developed handheld was sidelined, and Tom Warren came out about a week later and said it's basically canceled. So maybe
yeah,
people were worried about Xbox's commitment to future hardware alongside like their library existence
exactly,
and stuff like that, right?
exactly. I will. There's a lot of doubt even internally at Microsoft right now, because like obviously one of Tom's Warren sources, and even some of my sources, they were like, when something's sidelined, it's never coming back, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And there are plenty of examples of a project being sidelined and then it just never coming back. Like the Surface Neo, for example, Microsoft was making like a folding Surface netbook, which looked awesome, honestly. It had like a magnetic keyboard you could clip onto the front of it, and the
Or
screen would
the
detect that you got a
what is it,
keyboard.
Project Herbert or whatever the
Hobart,
Hobart
Hobart,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so and also, yeah, Project Hobart, which is the cloud-only console. They couldn't get it cheap enough. They couldn't get the price down enough to sell it at retail, so that was also sidelined. Um, but I think even back then, I think the narrative was about Hobart was that it was sidelined and maybe it'll come back again another day in the future, and maybe it will. Maybe it will come back when
Cloud
the
gaming is more
supply
of a
chain.
thing, and tech prices go down, and they could sell for $9.99 or something, or
Yeah,
$99.99.
yeah, I heard that was the thing. They really wanted it to be $9.99, $99.99. They wanted it to be $100,
Yeah.
and they couldn't get it down to $100. So it was just like there's just we can't justify this. So maybe it does come back someday when conditions are right. But yeah, I think like Microsoft just looked at all the speculation and all the fears and all the worries, and they were just like, we've got to put a definitive end to these speculation and put Xbox fans out of their misery. Because I think like it is like a cloud, or it's like a sword of Damocles to some degree. If you're someone who's invested a lot in digital games on Xbox and you don't have any way to resell them, you don't have any way to, they are locked to that device, and obviously device ain't going to work forever. There'll be a day when your old Xbox breaks, and then if Microsoft doesn't sell a new Xbox, then you're kind of screwed, right? It's not like it's not like if you got the physical disc or the SD cards or whatever, you could potentially sell them on. I recently sold my entire Nintendo 3DS collection. I sold my Nintendo 3DS. I sold all of my Pokemon games, and for a shitload of money, I might add, because those things are still in really high demand, but they're not in print anymore. But that was an option I had. I don't have that option with Xbox. So if Microsoft stops supporting my library with new hardware and they stop making existing hardware, eventually all that content is just gonna be mothballed, man. All that investment, all those save files, all those memories, gone like tears in rain.
Right.
But so yeah, they wanted to draw a line under all that, and I think they did so in the most bombastic way possible, which is like not only definitively saying yes, it will be backwards compatible. It will have all your games. It will have your whole library. But also being like, but we're also looking ahead to the future. And this is something I always wanted Microsoft to do when they announce new things. My thing was always like, yeah, grow the ecosystem, do what you need to do, but bring us with you, man. Don't forget the audience you already have. And I wrote an article last year to this effect where it was like, bring us with you for the ride. Don't leave us behind. Don't leave behind the people who made the platform what it is today as you grow the brand. And that really did feel like this was them doing that, because they were like, yes, it's going to be backwards compatible, but also we're partnering with AMD on what the future of this platform looks like. A plurality of hardware, dedicated chips designed for Xbox devices, plural, handhelds in your living room and in your hands, you know. And yeah, a lot of it was vague and corporate-y, but it's also like it's done so in a way, I think, to drive speculation, to drive conversations like the ones we're having now, and to drive excitement. And I really feel like it has driven excitement, because I can see from Windows Central's traffic stats what are getting clicks right now, and a lot of it revolves around what Xbox is doing with the future of the platform. There's a lot of questions that still remain unanswered. Are we actually getting Steam on the next Xbox? If we are, what does that look like? How expensive is an APU going to be that supports Windows and Xbox games? Are future Xbox games going to be Xbox games, or are they going to be PC games? Like, what does that even mean anymore? They're kind of like, they're really blurring the lines. And I feel like we've been saying for a long time, Microsoft's blurring the lines, but they are really blurring the lines now with all this stuff. So, on the tech side, there's not a lot of information out there about what all this stuff means in practical terms. We know that it's going to be backwards compatible. Microsoft hints constantly that it won't be locked to one store. All the other stores that exist today are PC oriented and orient around, traditional Win32 package games. So what does the APU need in order to run all of that stuff? Is it going to be really expensive? Is it even going to work that well? What are the implications of all this? I suppose is the confusing stuff. Will some of it be done via emulation layers? Will it all just be native? Will it all just work? Or will some of the games have to run off the cloud? And I think me and you both would freely admit that we ain't the most technical people in the universe when discussing some of this shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely don't understand processor architecture that well. It's a huge blind spot for me. I'm very much more, my reporting very much more falls on like, what's the end result look like as a consumer? That's the bit I understand, and that's the bit I think most people understand, is like, what can I actually do with this box? And I think that's what we're all trying to scramble to work out right now. Obviously, I'm still trying to dig into information. Microsoft doesn't want to spoil the surprises yet, which is why they put out a video like this, which didn't have sort of definitive answers about what exactly the next gen Xbox is going to do. That's going to be for a big marketing beat in the future, probably in a year from now at the Xbox showcase or something. But I think they got the key messages absolutely right, which were in essence, we hear you and you're coming along for the ride. And by you, I mean us, the existing Xbox console user who's buys digital games, because that's one of the other aspects to this, is like a disc-based game is going to get left behind. There's all this analysis out there that it's like Xbox is 8% digital now, and the amount of games that even gonna come on a disc is diminished. Like some of the upcoming Xbox games, they don't have a disc in the box; they've just got a code, for Xbox Play Anywhere. Which is, I suppose, why they do that in the first place, is so like people with a disc can potentially be incentivized to use Xbox Play Anywhere, maybe buy one of these handheld devices down the line. But for people who've got discs today, That's not going to be a strong comfort, right? Which is why I always advocate for like they've got to figure out a way to like, Xbox branded disk drive add-on or something. Yeah. But as someone who, I've been banging this drum for a while, where it's like the next Xbox is 100% backwards compatible with all your existing games. That was the one piece of next gen that I had really, really strong reporting on, and this is why I said literally last week, I'm 99 point. I literally said 99.999 recurring percent sure the next Xbox has full backwards compatibility with your current gen system. And it was nice that only a few days later they effectively confirmed that, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I mean, they confirmed a lot of stuff. I mean, they're talking about here. They're talking about consoles, handhelds,
yeah, yeah,
PC,
yeah,
cloud accessories.
yeah.
With I mean, that's a whole. I mean, I know that
Did
AMD made
they
their
even talk
own.
about controllers?
Well, I mean, accessories.
They talked about accessories, yeah.
Yeah. Um, with the ROG Xbox Ally and that whole smorgasbord of like third party OEMs, I guess when they mention hey handhelds and with the reporting about stuff being sidelined or stuff being effectively canceled, I mean we'd have to assume they're not just 100% referring to their own like Microsoft made hardware, but potentially third party OEMs that would work with them on certain things. Because I would imagine there probably would be more third party handhelds in the future with like an AMD chip. And how do they get the back? Because the big message here is like back and pat's going to work, but it's like, but how's it going to work, right?
Yeah.
Is it just going to be a chip that's sort of put into these devices that runs? Okay, if we're coming out with this new console, has this chip in it that runs all your existing library stuff natively, and this handheld that comes out in say 2028 has this chip. So, because right now, like the Xbox Ally X can only play Xbox Play Anywhere games, but
Yeah.
they talk about in this thing about like, hey, our next generation hardware lineup is console, handheld, PC, cloud, accessories. And so it makes you wonder, like, okay, how's like that lineup itself? How does that include PC when PC is just whatever? So it feels like there's gonna be a chip that they put into any of this stuff that just natively runs the back and pack games that you own. But I sort of wonder, what does that mean for anybody that has a PC right now? Like my PC. Am I going to be stuck just being like, all right, well, is that the solution where they're talking about hardware moving forward that has this chip in it? We'll be able to access like all the games, but then anything before that, so like PC I have right now or your laptop, are you just going to be kind of limited to Xbox Play Anywhere? Is that the
Yeah.
solution that that maybe they're looking at, or maybe that they have decided upon?
I think that's pretty much the way I'm thinking about it, is like existing devices probably aren't going to get some of these features because I would presume it needs the chip, right? So, but how do you convince developers to organically adopt Play Anywhere?
Mm,
Maybe it's just like, maybe it's a situation where these AMD devices, because I presume what's going to happen is you're going to get third party Xbox consoles, just like you're going
sure.
to get third party Xbox handhelds. I think Microsoft themselves are still going to make the main Xbox as a reference
Yeah,
device.
it'll be like the
And then
North Star, right? Essentially.
the North Star, yeah. And then you probably get like in regions where Microsoft isn't present or successful even, they can just give the silicon to a local manufacturer because Asus is Taiwanese, right? So maybe Asus makes the Xbox for Taiwan and China and stuff like that, where they're sort of like they've got plants already and they've got business ties there already. Maybe Microsoft just basically outsources that aspect of the platform to that company in that region where Microsoft just can't penetrate for whatever reason.
Yeah, because when you
In
compare where everybody
maybe
else is,
yeah,
right? When you look at Xbox's penetration in Europe and Japan and those, it's basically non-existent at this point,
yeah. And
right?
here's another place you could put these chips potentially. Say for example, if there's say for example you've got a high-end chip that does 4K 60, right? And then maybe you've got like the handheld chip which guns for 1080p 60. Maybe you could like have your Xbox Series S successor, maybe give that entirely to OEMs, right? So Windows partners like Asus, Razer, whoever, they make the Xbox Series S successor. But then you extrapolate even further. Maybe you put this chip straight into a TV. You could have a Samsung TV with an Xbox built into it, potentially. Because obviously Samsung TVs today have like Xbox Cloud Gaming built into them. They come with it pre-installed. And in fact, I got a press release today, which was like, hey, Samsung, Xbox, and EA are partnering up to make FIFA available on all Samsung TVs, for example, via the cloud, obviously. But I have to imagine that future Samsung TVs, they could have these fucking chips straight in there, man. I think the low end chip. So I think there's a whole ecosystem of Xbox devices that they're imagining here potentially. A whole ecosystem of partnerships, leveraging Microsoft's OEM expertise of like providing the platform upon which hardware manufacturers can build systems, you know. Whereas like Surface is the North Star for Ultrabooks, Xbox will be the North Star for the consoles on the high end. And then you give the chips out to OEMs to do with whatever they want, you know. Like I buy Razer Blade laptops. I wouldn't buy a Surface these days. But maybe there'll be a future where your Razer Xbox performs better than your Xbox.
Hmm.
Maybe it'll be more expensive to the tune of hundreds of dollars, like a Razer laptop is, but the premium option will be there. And similarly on the lower end, maybe you can't afford the next Xbox Series X, so you get like the cheaper Xbox Series S version. That's sort of like, yeah, it's less powerful and it's from an OEM like Acer or something, but gets the job done, man.
Yeah, and
Navy
we
Shadow says,
go ahead.
sorry. I was going to say, Navy Shadow says, Jez, how do we somehow revive Windows Phone? Man,
There's no way to
that's
revive Windows Phone.
the eternal question. I ask myself that every day, Navy. Every single day I go to sleep, just before I go to sleep, I think, man, Windows Phone was so good. So, so good. And then I shed a tear
Yeah.
and slip into slumber, a dreamless sleep, robbed of my hopes and optimism for the future.
They mentioned accessories, which I'd assume is where we would see the release of like the controller with haptics, and maybe even
Yep.
your Elite 3 that you've talked about before. I mean, I would imagine that is a lineup for next generation. The cloud stuff, I think we've talked about before, about them using
Yeah.
PC for their cloud banks instead of the Series X's, so it can basically kind of more compete with GeForce Now and stuff like that. This whole statement says a lot, but also very little at the same time. Right? There's a lot of room for speculation within, and it's like they're announcing their intentions of this is what we're doing, but it doesn't really delve into too much like details about stuff, which you wouldn't really expect to, considering when it might actually release. Like they say here, hey, it's going to deliver next generation of graphics innovation to unlock a deeper level of visual quality. I mean, that's what you would expect from a next generation device. Stuff here about AI, immersive gameplay and player experiences enhanced with the power of AI, all while maintaining compatibility with the existing library of games, which is what I think is what they wanted. The reason they released this was because I think they wanted to get ahead of all the conversations surrounding the Xbox Ally and what So it was twofold. They wanted to reassure people that they're making hardware and that there is going to be a console, because there have been people on YouTube as well as Twitter saying that they're not making a console, that they're just, the hardware's dead and that they ain't doing any more stuff. So like, one, if basically torpedoes those arguments into the water, right? And then two, everybody who's been worried about how does my library move forward if stuff's PC, well, this also basically says don't worry about that, because all this is going to maintain your existing library of games. You don't got to worry about it, whatever these new devices are. But then there's of course, they throw in the stuff about AI, which I would imagine is going to play a big part in next generation. Probably going to have, what do they call those with AI? What are they called? Like the things that like the AI chips, and isn't like a term for those, Jez? Something with an
NPU.
The
NPU. Neural processing unit.
So basically creating Skynet, which, the games they'll use it to look better, run better frame rate. And I can totally see a scenario where a lot of future games use it and to make, I don't know, quest up out of nowhere, or similar to Fortnite, where they had Darth Vader AI voice, where you could ask something silly or ask him something and he would reply back. I could see a scenario like there's quest givers in Elder Scrolls 6. And I'm just using Elder Scrolls 6 as an example. But it's a never-ending game now. Like, like you have the quest designers, you craft all these specific things with all this like specific dialogue. But at the same time, you could have this AI stuff here where you could potentially have quest givers that continuously give new things and make the game fresh for people, instead of being like, well, I'm done with this. There's always something to come back to. And other different ways that you could potentially use AI, which I'm sure there are going to be plenty of people who are going to be upset by that, because AI is very divisive and will continue to get more divisive and stuff, especially with reports are Microsoft laying off more people next month, or thousands of more people next month, and the industry still laying off thousands of people. And you just look at these companies and how greedy they are, and you just know that if AI can do something faster and cheaper, then that's the way they're going to go, and they're going to just cut costs by cutting employees. So you sort of wonder like how that's all, is AI going to make things better? Is it going to make things worse? Is it going to create something that is as good as a human counter? Because I would imagine we're not that probably far off from the first AI created game, maybe in a few years. And is that game going to be any good? Is it going to be a pile of stuff? I mean, God forbid if that game comes out and is amazing and everybody wants to just do AI created games. And what if you could create your own game and then submit it to Steam and you don't even need game developers? Yeah, who knows how advanced AI could get, But then the other segment of this thing here, she says, which is going to get a lot of speculation moving forward, is this idea of they want to build a gaming platform that's always with you, so you can play games you want across devices anywhere you want, delivering you an Xbox experience not locked to a single store or tied to one device. Now, the whole tied to one device thing is Xbox Play Anywhere. The idea of being able to bring your games to multiple devices has been a thing for a while, and they really seem to be pushing more for Xbox. They seem to be pushing more for Xbox Play Anywhere, at least in the last showcase, than they are for Game Pass. Maybe that had to do with the tie-in with the Xbox Ally announcement, where it's like, hey, this device is going to play all these games here. But this not locked to a single store is what people are really going to focus on, because, quite frankly, it's never been done before in the history of consoles, which Microsoft says they're making here. I mean, I think they'll make their own, but I also agree with Jez and others that there's probably going to be third-party OEMs that maybe make a cheaper Xbox, or maybe make a more powerful Xbox 2 years later, like a mid-gen Xbox, right? Because they do mention consoles plural here at some point.
Yeah.
So I think
Microsoft will still be quite controlling about what OEMs can do.
Sure.
Like, for example, the GameSir G7 their Elite controller came out recently. It's got a dock. It looks amazing. It's got Hall effect everything, and it's wireless. However, it's only wireless on PC. And the reason for that is Microsoft won't allow them to release a wireless controller unless it hits a certain price point. So I've learned this recently, that hardware vendors can only make wireless Xbox controllers if they're really expensive, because Microsoft wants the cheap market for Xbox wireless controllers. So I do think like OEMs will be restricted about how they can approach some of this stuff. And it's kind of like, I do think that OEMs will probably be able to make an Xbox Series S, for example. There'll probably be a version of these chips which target handhelds and lower end devices, right? But I do think Microsoft maybe Microsoft maintains a monopoly on the high end Xbox. You know, the one that sort of serves as the identity, the focal point for the Xbox brand. Maybe they maintain a monopoly on that, much like they want to maintain monopoly on certain other aspects of the hardware ecosystem. But maybe not. Maybe they just go completely agnostic with it and just be like, yeah, you know, if you want to buy Xbox, then, you know, the OG, then do it. Like the NVIDIA the Founders Edition cards, for example. You can buy like GPUs directly from NVIDIA that have like NVIDIA branding and shit like that. But the vast majority of cards you buy aren't from NVIDIA. They're like, you know, from all these other kind of brands. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I'm getting sleepy. But I don't know. What would you do, Rand, if there was like the base Xbox was, you know, 4K 60 or whatever, and then mid-gen Razer came out with an Xbox that was like basically the same, but it had like more RAM or something, and maybe provided a slightly better experience, kind of like the PS5 Pro, you know. Would you buy a mid-gen upgrade from an OEM, or would you stick with your tried and true Team Green Xbox?
Maybe, and I have to see what it is. I don't know. I mean, we're talking about well into the future here at this point, but I'd have to see what it is and how it performs. I would be interested for sure. Like I've always said, if Xbox had released a mid-gen upgrade this gen, I would have bought it day one without hesitation. So I definitely, it would have my attention for sure. But you know, when they talk,
what if it had RGB?
Oh, I mean, definitely 100%. Like if it glows, absolutely.
Razer Chroma, baby. Razer Chroma.
Yeah, but this whole little sentence here of not locked to a single store says a lot, but also doesn't say much, right? Because it could mean a lot of things, but it also could, like, I know everybody's focused on the idea, like with the Xbox Ally, for instance. I think there's a reason why there's been a lot of discussion surrounding is like Xbox's ad campaign of this is an Xbox, right? Which I forget how long ago now they launched that. I think it was end of last year for the holiday season, was like, this is an Xbox. And it was like everything's an Xbox. Even though like it's not as much of an Xbox as the console, but the whole thing is like you can play all these Xbox games on all these devices. And we understood the marketing for it. And it's like, okay, fine. You need to explain to casuals like what an Xbox is or whatever. Like it made sense in that regard of like targeting new people. But, you know, like there were some fans of other platforms, like PlayStation, that really like made fun of that idea. And because Xbox was putting their games elsewhere, they would say, hey, my PS5 is an Xbox because it gets all the games too. But that sort of all like switched with the ROG Ally announcement. Suddenly, the Xbox Ally X isn't an Xbox anymore; it's a PC. And part of me thinks it's because
the marketing tells me this is an Xbox.
True, but now some of these people say that it's not an Xbox, that it's a PC, and I think that has to do with the fact that maybe some of them thought that Sony would block access to titles on the device, and it doesn't look like they're going to. So now it's like I could have an Xbox that plays those games. But then there's also the whole Xbox Play Anywhere thing where it's like, well, it only plays a portion of the whole library. But nobody was really saying anything about that when the whole ad campaign came out, right? So you have that, and then you have this whole store issue where I think a lot of Xbox fans want Steam to be on the device. Because if Steam's on the device, that means PlayStation's on the device.
And also,
which
it's not just PlayStation though. There's so many PC exclusives that just won't.
Well,
ever
absolutely,
come to
and there's a lot of PC exclusives that aren't on Steam either, right? A lot of big PC games that don't use Steam as the launcher.
Yeah,
and so they look at it like, oh well, I don't need a PlayStation. I could just buy this device and I could just use Steam to buy this game and have everything. I got all my Xbox games. I got my Game Pass. I get everything here. And for anything that doesn't come to Xbox, well, I can just switch over to Steam and download all the games I want and play that stuff. And you
get stuff like World of Warcraft too without the devs having to do a port.
Yeah, you definitely could, And it's and
you also get access to the PC versions of Xbox games that don't support cloud saves, like Fallout 76. So if you're someone who started playing Elder Scrolls Online on PC, for example, you can't take your save file to Xbox.
It would be a very 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 interesting device, very exciting device too. Like
unprecedented.
Yeah,
unprecedented.
Has never been done before in the console industry. Which
innovation, right?
So it's like, okay, so innovation. I'm not tied to one I'm not tied to one store. But then sometimes I wonder if
Rand's wondering.
Well, sometimes I wonder, and look, I don't have any knowledge of this. Part of me thinks, what if it's great that I think Microsoft got out in front of all this like stuff, all these discussions, and we're like, no, we're doing hardware, we're doing console, handhelds, PCs, cloud accessories. What form those takes, we don't know, but we're doing them. We can only guess that which ones Microsoft will do themselves versus third parties. It's great. These are all the things coming. Number 2, don't worry about your library. It's going to play. So disregard all the narratives from everywhere else. It's like bada bing, bada boom. You got it. All right. We know we're doing hardware, and we know the games that we currently have are going to play on it. The AI thing, whatever. Who knows what that really means? Find out in a couple years or a year or whatever, whenever it comes out. The store thing is potentially even more important because that opens up a whole can of worms in a lot of different directions, right? Because then it's like I talked to you before, initially when these rumors started of like, if I'm a developer and I'm making a game for Steam, but I know that Steam's available on this Xbox device, why should I even be bothered to be making an Xbox version of the game when I know those people could just switch over and just buy the game on Steam if they wanted to, right? There's those discussions, but I'm sure maybe Xbox would grease the wheels. I think like, okay, that's when it kind of came to like, oh, future Xbox games might be PC related. So like you could take the Steam version of the game, with a couple tweaks, maybe make it a Windows version, and it would play, okay, it plays on the PC and the Xbox console, boom, problem solved, right? Maybe that's how it works with future hardware games on the hardware. Then you think about, okay, well, that's great because if Steam's on there, virtually every single game in existence is able to be accessed. Plus, then it's like, I don't necessarily need a PlayStation because they put their own games on Steam. Granted, maybe a year, some of them are day and date. So I can just buy those there. That's great. That serves me. You think about the price then. It's like, well, then how does that affect the pricing of the device? Because now if you're introducing a store where Xbox doesn't get a cut from Steam unless they figure something out, but then I don't know why Steam would agree to give Microsoft a cut of stuff purchased off that device.
I highly doubt Steam would do that.
So there's like, okay, but now you can't make sure that everyone who buys that device is now then going to spend money on the device, within the device, to buy games, because somebody could buy it and potentially just buy everything off of Steam. So then you have to think about the price. Do we have to make sure that the price, we're actually making money off those people off the get-go, so we have to make sure that the console itself is profitable from day one.
Well,
right?
I'm sort of like, part of me is wondering, especially with regards to Steam, it's like that could really harm your ability to sell your own games and promote your own store, and also get the maximum cut of your own games. Because obviously, if Microsoft's selling Call of Duty through its own store, it's reaping 100% of the benefit rather than only 70% of the benefit.
Right,
If
yeah.
everyone starts buying games from Steam instead, then I think that's not a scenario Microsoft wants to have.
So these are just obviously questions, right? And just things that I was thinking about. But then I was also like, well, Battlefield 6 comes out. It's on the Xbox console. It's also on Steam. But on the Xbox console, I need to have Xbox Core to play multiplayer, or Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. But if I flipped over to the Steam store and bought it there, downloaded it, I wouldn't need multiplayer access because it's just free on Steam. So I guess maybe a good benefit would be maybe Microsoft drops the online requirement for multiplayer games that you have to pay for.
Well,
right?
I've been saying for a while that I think they will drop the paywall for next gen, but only for next gen.
But potentially,
so like I think Game Pass Core, I think Game Pass Core stays on the last gen. But that's an incentive to upgrade then, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it would be an incentive. Okay, you don't get to play multiplayer, but then at the same time, all the biggest multiplayer games now are all free to play anyways, and they don't require multiplayer. There's no multiplayer paywall, like Fortnite and Warzone and all those free to play games. You don't need Xbox Live Gold, right? I mean, sure, if you want to play Call of Duty, the $70 version that you paid for, you have to. So I don't know how much of that is a factor anymore. Like, it would have been crazy during the 360 PS3 gen or the Xbox One gen, but like right now, it sort of seems like the biggest games are already free regardless. But then there's also the idea of, like, sometimes we hype ourselves up and we imagine products or imagine things that are better in our mind than the actual release product. Or everybody, you see a trailer for the new Superman movie, for example, right? And you see the trailer, it's 2 minutes long, and then you're imagining what that movie is going to be in your head, and then sometimes what you imagine in your head is better than what you see. Can happen all the time, TV shows, books, all these sort of stuff. So I think,
Wild.
Sometimes you disappoint yourself by hyping yourself up, and then what you get is like, whatever. So there's also here, since Microsoft didn't necessarily call out any particular store and just said not locked to a single store, I know Xbox fans are immediately being like, Steam's there. Boom, all my Steam stuff, because Steam's the dominant gaming platform on PC. Some would say it's the dominant gaming platform in games, period. Right? Everything's going to be there. It's going to be great. I'm going to have my library of all these games I bought on Steam. But then there's a part of me that always kind of looks at it and be like, are we setting ourselves up for a disappointment? If you already imagine that Steam's going to be there, and I know people will say, well, there's the whole mock-up of the thing from GDC and all that stuff, and I get that. I'm just throwing out a scenario here. I don't know. I don't know if anything's true or whatever. This is something I was thinking of when I see everybody wishing for a thing, and I sort of wonder, while it was great that Microsoft got ahead of everything and being like, we're doing hardware and the games are coming with you, we're getting ahead of all that stuff, I sort of wondered if, let's imagine a scenario where it's not Steam. Like, let's imagine a scenario, hypothetically, where Steam's not on an Xbox. It's just Epic Game Store and GOG and itch.io, but Steam's not there for whatever reason. Right? It's not available to get. how disappointed would people be that they had spent the past year or 2 years thinking that it would be there, only to be let down that it wasn't? Was that, you know what, you know what I mean? Like, how would that be a devastating? I mean, maybe the word I would use isn't devastating, but people, I think people would be disappointed, like, because I think the common thought process is Steam's there no matter what. It has to be there. And if it wasn't, I think that could be disappointing to a lot of people. No, I mean, like, look. It could absolutely be there. I'm just throwing out a scenario, all the different ways here, because while this says a lot, it also doesn't really say much, because it doesn't specify which stores. It doesn't even mention, like, it doesn't even mention stores plural. It just says not locked to a single store, meaning, like, not at least the Xbox store. There'll be more. So I'm just running through in my mind. Everybody expects Steam there, but what if it's not? And how would that look if this thing releases next year or 2 years from now?
I've been muted.
Okay, because I haven't heard anything you said.
Yeah, sorry, I've been muted. I was sort of like, the thing is, they've never really said Steam whenever they've talked about this stuff. As far as I remember, in interviews and stuff, they've never mentioned Steam. Phil's always mentioned Epic Games. He's mentioned itch.io. I don't know if he's mentioned GOG, but he's never mentioned Steam as far as I remember. The only real evidence we've got of Steam comes from a mock-up of the Xbox PC app saying that Steam will be a filter. But as far as I know, they never specifically called out Steam, at least not in any sort of official capacity. But let's disregard that for a second, because maybe they did say Steam somewhere. I kind of feel like Steam is problematic on an Xbox because of the things that you specify. Because of the things you specify, right? Which is like, if people start buying games on Steam instead of Xbox, developers might start being like, well, fuck it. Let's not bother making an Xbox version because, you know, it's already available over there on Steam. You know, and perhaps even more problematic is like, perhaps we don't even bother making an Xbox Silicon version, period. Because then you sort of end up in a scenario where, well, you know, I don't get access. Like in the future, like after this gen, it becomes less compelling maybe to even bother with backwards compatibility if fewer and fewer devs are actually making Xbox games that are Xbox native or whatever. I mean, people in chat are saying that she did mention Steam when talking about the ROG Ally, but this is the thing: the ROG Ally is a PC. It's not an Xbox, right? I mean, in terms of the store and development environment beyond Xbox Play Anywhere. And I think, like, if Microsoft is trying to grow its own store for PC as well, you know, is Game Pass enough of a vehicle to convince developers to keep coming to the platform? Developers today, indie developers, don't even consider Microsoft Store as an option. They don't even think it's even vaguely worth bothering with, you know. I'm looking through the Epic Game Store, though, at the moment, as we're talking. And there is a fairly decent amount of stuff on here. You know, a lot of stuff that hasn't even come to Xbox either. A lot of it does seem to be total shovelware, though, as well.
I mean, I think the only people that really use the Epic Game Store is for the free games that they give out every month, and I don't really think... I don't think people really won't buy games from that store because they'll just buy them on Steam. And look, I'm not... This is all this is all just speculation. Like,
yeah, this is all speculation because for the fun of it. But
I could easily
done enough.
I could easily see Steam being there and being like, okay, Steam's here and we're all good to go. I was just posing a question of like, but what if it isn't? And I know people hype themselves up for things, and that sometimes you hype yourself up for something for so long, and then when you actually get the real thing, you're disappointed. And I guess what I was trying to draw a parallel to was Microsoft coming out, seeing the discussion about we're not doing hardware, coming out and saying, no, we're doing it, nipping that in the bud. Seeing the discussions about the libraries and the back and pat, coming out and saying, no, we're doing this, the back and pat stuff. So my question would be, if people built up in their heads that Steam was going to be there, and let's just say a year from now, Microsoft knows it's not going to be there for whatever reason, would it be in their best interest to come out and say, actually, when we talk about, this thing, Steam's not going to be on this device. It'll be on the ROG Ally X because that's just the ROG Ally. It's just the PC, and whatever. But on this specific device, it won't. I wonder if they would be like, we don't want this to get too big or whatever. I mean, personally, I think Steam would be there, but I was just kind of looking at the flip side and imagining a scenario where it didn't. And
I think that, analytically speaking, when we talk about this from an analytical perspective, there's just a lot of reasons why Steam shouldn't be there, from Microsoft's perspective at least. Obviously, gamers want it to be there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, why wouldn't you? Yeah, just another place for you to take your Steam purchases and be able to. I can play my Steam games on there. No, and I could play my Steam games on this device. Yeah, it's 100%.
So obviously, gamers want it there, and it'd be a pro gamer move. And I've seen like a lot of normie YouTubers and stuff even talking up the future of Xbox, which is something I never see them doing because of the link up with Steam, But it is that sort of existential threat, isn't it? It's like, well, what if developers stop making native Xbox games? With Xbox achievements and all the things that we like. Does this not just accelerate the exodus of developers prioritizing other platforms? Does it not just accelerate that? So I think like there are questions to be asked and speculation to be had about why it might be a good idea from Microsoft's perspective for the health of the Xbox ecosystem to not put Steam there. Because like when you look at the Epic Games Store, it's all the same games that launch on Xbox really. It's got all the PlayStation exclusives because Epic Games has a deal with PlayStation, I think, for this. But it doesn't get any of those cool indies which Steam gets from the looks of it. It's got some stuff like Satisfactory. That's not on consoles yet. Very cool game. But yeah, I don't know.
I guess then
let's move on.
The only thing that you can really talk about is when it's coming, right?
When it's coming.
Yeah, because is it next year? Is it 2027? I mean, just to be able to think that, it could potentially come next year to celebrate the launch or to celebrate the 25th anniversary of Xbox. That would be crazy if they could line it up like that. I mean, you'd have a lot of excitement around the 25th anniversary. We already talked about the 4 big franchises that you have coming around that time frame. And then it's like, what better way to celebrate it than with, here's the launch of our next console. I mean, that would be really cool. That would be pretty damn amazing.
That'd be radical.
And I know some people, will be like, well, if you look at what they did with Project Scorpio and Project Scarlet, where they announced Project Scorpio and a year later the One X came out, and he announced Project Scarlet, and then 1 year later the Series X came out. A lot of people are looking at this announcement as the same way as those two announcements, where it's like, well, they announced this stuff now, so the release has to be next year. And it's like, well, I mean, this is more like, hey, this is what we're doing. We're doing next gen, and these are what's involved. They didn't really give us a specific code name for any of this stuff, right? There's not any, like, we don't know, whether Project Pembrose or Melrose or whatever the hell it is. It's not like they came out and did that at a showcase. It's just like a random Tuesday. So, I mean, I guess there's a possibility. I mean, the original rumor last year was it was coming in 2026 from like Kepler, and there was some Call of Duty leakers saying that, oh, hey, the next COD, or they already have dev kits for the next Xbox or whatever. And which is okay. I mean, if you're planning on launching this thing next year, I mean, you would imagine the dev kits would have to go out somewhat soon if you're going to be building games for this thing, a device that comes out next year. I mean, we would know if it was next year at least by. I mean, when do you think they would have to get out dev kits to people? Like, probably at least a year away, if not sooner than that. Maybe the first party studios have it. And
maybe they don't need to give them dev kits. Maybe they're just like, these are the specs we're targeting. Use a PC instead to make your game. Would that not be a viable option?
I mean, maybe, but I still think you probably need a dev kit, though.
I don't know, man.
So while like I think releasing a new console alongside the 25th anniversary of Xbox would be super cool. I still think 2027 makes the most sense.
That's what I've got, 2027.
Even when I'm looking at it now, when I'm looking at Showcase next year, I know normally they do a game, right? This year's was Outer Worlds. Last year's was Call of Duty Black Ops 6, years before Starfield. And they do need to do a showcase for Gears E-Day and Fable. Forza Horizon 6, you probably don't necessarily need to do one, but you would just because how big of Forza Horizon is. And maybe you do one for Halo. So here's what I think is my rough estimate, my rough draft of 2026 and how it's going to play out, right? I think we get a Direct in January, and I think that Direct includes State of Decay 3, Gears E-Day, Fable, and Forza Horizon 6. I don't know when games will release, but I think maybe they take a look at all those games. State of Decay 3 maybe launches early next year, March, April timeframe, what have you, and maybe one of those other games. But we get a showcase and we get a deep look at Gears and Fable and Forza Horizon, which then frees up Showcase in June, where you have the showcase and it's got all these announcements, all these cool things, but then the Direct after the showcase is about the new console, next generation, and all the things that it can do, and a look at Halo Combat Evolve. Tying in the 25th anniversary of Xbox. That's my rough draft of next year. Is that as soon as the showcase over, it's boom, Direct, and we're right into. We're talking about Project Primrose, and this is the monster that eats the monsters that eats monsters for breakfast, but this one eats the monsters before they can even wake up to eat monsters that are about to eat breakfast, right?
What the fuck?
And they use like Halo Combat Evolve to show off some of these features to tie it into the 25th anniversary, and that's just a rough draft. But I could easily see it as, especially if the console's coming in 2027, you could easily have that announcement and a Direct for 2026 that leads into 2027. And I mean, I guess it would also work if you're planning on launching it in 2026. But what do you think? What do you think about that? What do you think about that rough draft?
I like it, man.
About the Direct being about the console itself.
I mean, they've never done that before, have they? But then again,
sure. I mean, but they didn't do Directs until they started to.
They didn't do Directs, yeah. I mean, maybe.
I mean, because
they're gonna have a lot of games to talk about.
When you think about how they've presented the One X with Scorpio and Scarlet, those were always the last things at the showcase. Phil will get up on there and talk about those things, and then have a little video running it, talking about the plans, and that's where those quotes all come from. And then they would end a game, or they would end the show, or maybe it's like a little segment within the showcase, and then the directs about Halo Combat Evolve. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Anyways,
Can you
yeah, that's
be?
what I was thinking about. My
I think you might be right on the money.
You think so? We
Maybe.
have some super chats here that kind of backing up when we were talking about this. We got good old Collinwood who says, "You can lead Rand to water, but you can't make him drink." I had thought that Rand would like Pentiment, which proves that having a narrative element isn't enough for Rand to like a game.
Mm.
I played Pentiment and I turned it off after like an hour and a half. Wasn't very interested in it. I mean, there are games that just have a narrative element that I love, and I always point to, what's the Edith Finch? I mean, that game doesn't really have much gameplay. Jez would say it's just a walking simulator, but I love that game. I adore that game. I mean, that game is like pretty much strictly narrative. And maybe I'm just wasn't interested in a murder mystery in 1500s. I don't know. Maybe that doesn't appeal to me. And I know you're probably talking about the altars, and maybe I will. I don't know what Jess said about it. Maybe I will just try it because
Play it.
I probably will. But yeah,
Beat you.
We got Adidas with the salute. Thank you. We got Pushing Polygons that says, Jez, can you help me understand why there's so few OG Xbox games made in back compat? I understand licensing, but when they moved to the 360, they had new agreements made to run them on the system.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't that many OG Xbox backwards compatible games on 360, was there?
No, I think there's
trying to stretch
similar
my
amount.
memory a bit.
I think there's similar amount to the ones on the 360, actually, or the ones on the Xbox One. Or the ones that were back compat on the 360 were the same amount that was kind of back compat on the Xbox One.
Maybe some aspects were just technological. Maybe like the way the games were made just completely precludes them from the emulator or something. I honestly don't know. I could look into it a bit more.
I think if they could have done, they would have done them. And I think the biggest problem was licensing issues.
400.
There's
400 OG Xbox games on 360. How many backwards compat games are there on Series S and X and Xbox One?
Yeah, he says
I don't know off the top of my head.
Hardware-wise, Xbox Series X, the chip is more common with the OG Xbox because x86 and now x86 64 than PowerPC. So why so much missing regardless of licenses? Can't they let this work if they support? I don't know. You'd have to ask Jason Ronald about that.
It's not just the file package though, is it? It's like how it hooks into the operating system and the emulator and stuff like that. I think if you've got the original source code, then yeah, the architecture is something you could work around. But if you're just using the app package, maybe there's issues there. I don't know. A lot of it might be sort of technological in nature, but I honestly don't know. I can try and find out. Maybe like that's something. If I land an interview with someone like Jason Ronald at Gamescom, that's something I can put to him, because obviously Microsoft went pretty hard on backwards compatibility, and a lot of people would like to see them reopen it and push harder to get more stuff there. People always talk about like the Transformers games that were good. Oh my god, Turtles on the Xbox 2 Discord was talking about the Saboteur today, and I was like, oh man, that game was pretty cool. I really want Singularity on backwards compatibility, which I never got. There's a load of games that I didn't get on backwards compatibility that I would have liked to have seen. And I think in this universe where Microsoft is trying to move more of these games to more devices, especially if you are running handhelds and stuff, having like some of these classic games which don't require as much processing power are kind of like the bread and butter of a handheld. This is why, like, when I play on my Lenovo Legion Go, I actively seek out games that are gonna run at a low voltage so I can maximize battery life.
Right.
Like Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight was my Lenovo Legion Go game because I could run it in very low PDP.
Um,
Oh, it'd be cool to see, but I don't know if it'll happen.
Michael says Xbox Gen 9 development was revealed at E3 2019, then shipped November of 2020. What if Microsoft uses second gen Strix Halo chips?
Oh, it's beyond me a bit.
I have no idea what that is.
Well,
Steven wants
Strix Halo is the architecture, isn't it? The AMD stuff. Strix Halo, the new one. Strix Halo 2, the next one.
I have no idea.
I honestly don't know. See, so this is where like my knowledge of chips and stuff starts falling apart.
Yeah. Steven wants to know, will backwards compatible games have PC settings on new console?
See, that's another thing. It's like if you are porting a lot of those games directly to console, presumably they'll have a lot of features which aren't relevant to console, or at least aren't intuitive on console. That Tainted Grail game, what's it called? Tainted Grail. That Scrolls like. People calling it Scrolls like. That game had like a lot of the PC settings in it. Like you could control the resolution, you can control the VSync, you could manually control the frame rate and things like that. But it was like, it's weird because I'm kind of like, I'm happy to do that on PC and fiddle around with it when I got a mouse and stuff. But when it's on like console, it's kind of like, I just want to be able to select performance mode or quality mode. I don't know. Something about console makes me lazy, I guess. The Pushing Polygon says Strix Halo is the higher end APU. Yeah, I don't know, man. I need to really like one day I need to sit down and properly research a lot of that stuff and commit it to memory. I have looked into some of this stuff before, but it just sort of goes in one ear and out the other. Because it's not really what I'm passionate about. I'm more passionate about the consumer end experience, I guess.
We got JD Gamer with the 50. Appreciate you. He says Microsoft will make sure that they make money off their store from a few things. One is the first look principle, i.e., most people won't go looking for more stores. If the
That's
first
true.
can meet their needs, the second will be the features and store together. Think quick resume. Sure. I mean, I agree with you for sure. Where I was just throwing out speculation about certain things, doesn't. But yeah, no, I'd agree with you with that. I guess it depends on what consumer's buying it. If an Xbox fan buys it, they're probably going to continue to buy the Xbox store or from the Xbox store. If a person who buys games on Steam buys that device, they're probably just going to buy games from Steam. They're probably just going to buy games from Steam on their PC that they then can then play on that device, right? But yeah, appreciate the super chat. Let's see here, Jez. You said you wanted to go to question and answers, huh? Okay.
Well, I suppose we're doing it already.
Well, yeah, there was just some cheaper. I mean, there was only like two more topics that I wanted to talk about, but one was Marathon being delayed, which wasn't a surprise, right?
Yeah. I think after the reactions over the summer, it's pretty much inevitable that game had to be delayed to some degree. But we'll see what happens with Marathon. I think that game's been racked with controversy since the get-go.
Yeah.
And obviously there's a huge cloud hanging over Sony's ability to deliver a service game.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Marathon gets an oversized amount of scrutiny because Destiny fans are pissed at Bungie. Sony fans are sort of, well, I suppose like the wider gaming community is hyper aware of Concord. Fair Games lost its director as well, and then there's other things like
The
Last of Us Factions being
cancellations
cancelled.
of like Last of Us Online and a lot of the other live service stuff
Yeah.
that is permeated through the generation, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of scrutiny over this, and a lot of doubt, and a cloud of negativity. And Paul Tassi, I think, put out an article or some comments saying that morale at Bungie was low and all this kind of stuff. I think it was him. Maybe it wasn't. I won't put that word in his mouth when I'm too tired to remember if he said it or not. But I don't know. Hopefully they'll nail it, man. I mean, I don't want to see any game come out and fail unless it's like, a scam game like Mind's Eye or something, or other game. What was it? Days Tomorrow or something? Day of Tomorrow? Can't
Day of
remember. What was
Tomorrow.
that other
The
scam
day
game?
after?
The day after, yeah. What the fuck am I thinking of? My brain's like gone into standby mode, I think. But yeah. Um, Jay Dunn says, Jez, speaking of the Go, why the fuck is the Ally screen so small? That 8.8-inch screen is a game changer, literally. Yeah, I actually prefer. I I went from the ROG Ally to the Legion Go, and one of the reasons why I stuck with the Legion Go was the screen. The screen is so much bigger, and because a lot of those console kind of games, they're designed to be played on a TV. So like the UI is scaled quite low, and when you're playing it on a 7-inch screen, you can't fucking see anything on some games. You can't read the text, and it actually strains my eyes. So like the bigger screen on the Legion Go is like much nicer. But I suppose the whole point of that screen is to bring the price down. You know, smaller screen means less materials, means smaller price point potentially. Also, I think Asus themselves came out and said we really wanted VRR, and I don't know, they couldn't get a panel that was 8 point inch that had VRR or something. I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe we get used to it. Maybe 7.7 ain't that bad. The Beer Baron says Jez likes it big. Sure do, baby. Sure do.
Yeah, it's too bad. It's too bad Bungie can't deliver the goods on this one. I mean,
Mm.
I just kind of thinking of I just remember certain people saying that when I remember people saying Xbox needs their own Bungie or whatever, and it's just like,
Mm.
do they though? Do they? Um, because it sort of seems like Bungie's directionless, and I don't know, almost looks like they had it so good for so long because they always had a corporate overlord that they could put the blame on. Oh, it's not us, it's Microsoft. Oh, it's not us, it's Activision. And then they went independent,
Mm.
and it was like, oh, it's actually them. And then Sony acquires them because they're running out of money or whatever, and Destiny 2 is not as successful as they would want you to believe. And it's like, well, what's going on with Destiny? And then this marathon game, and then you look at it and you're like, oh, is this really all you're spending your money and your time on? And they took their other game from them, and then basically brought it internally and took a bunch of people from Bungie to continue making it.
Mm.
And now the reaction of Marathon from people, from gamers, is like, yeah, I don't know about this game. I don't know if we need it. And that's a very, very bad position to be in, because if that game doesn't do well, where do you go from there? If you spent all this time and money on this game, but it goes nowhere. I mean, one disaster is all it takes these days to crash down a whole studio. And there's no making a new game in 2 years, 3 years to put it back out there. The amount of money spent on this sort of stuff is just way too much. And just by delaying Marathon, is that a guarantee that it's going to be better? What if they delay Marathon and they run right smack dab into Grand Theft Auto? Because they're going to have to, so you're either releasing early next year or you're releasing the fall, but then what happens if you release in the fall and boom, here's Grand Theft Auto again? You know what I mean? I don't know. I think Bungie needs to be very, very careful. And I think I get why Sony made the pivot to live services, because nothing brings in money like live services. Nothing. Like
No.
the biggest single player games would never. They can't. So they look at it and they're like, we need these things to kind of help offset the rising development cost of our single player stuff. And while they had one super successful live service, they've had also the biggest disaster you could possibly imagine. And now the next two games are looking like they're not going to be... they might be disasters in waiting with Fair Games and Marathon. So, I don't know. I guess you give that game all the time it needs, but then that's more money poured down the hole. There's no guarantee it comes out a year or 2 years from now and it's any better or people actually care. So, good luck. Good luck with that. And I guess there's the other thing about Sony potentially wanting Warner Brothers, right?
Yeah. We talked about that a bit on Xbox 2 Ultimate, didn't we?
Yeah, I mean,
I think I can't really see that being cheap enough for Sony, to be honest. They are splitting into two companies, but the entity that Sony's going to want to buy that has all the gaming stuff and the IP, that's still going to be tens of billions of dollars, probably. So I'm thinking that's probably not a thing that's going to happen. But who knows? Maybe they do some kind of merger instead or something. That'd be Sony's biggest ever acquisition if they could pull it off.
Yeah.
I don't know. They'd have to raise debt to do it and stuff like that, maybe. I don't know.
Well, it's like I could see why Sony would want them, right? I mean, they were interested in Paramount Plus. And this, for those that don't know, Warner Brothers is splitting into two companies next year. And Sony would want the one that has, I think, like HBO Max and their streaming services, plus the gaming division and stuff, which, you clearly would know why they would want those. But it's also a lot of money. I mean, right now their market value is something like $30 billion. And I think that's going to be that company that's going to get split off is going to be the one that is valued higher, probably.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, do we, you're also assuming, like, I would imagine other companies would be interested, potentially. I was going to say, like, would Apple be interested or Amazon be interested in any of that? I mean, they all have their own sort of stuff, so maybe not necessarily those guys. But I would
Amazon,
imagine.
Apple might be for, like, Apple TV.
Yeah.
Like, Apple TV is not doing so well.
Apple TV, you buy that and you rename Apple TV HBO. I mean, I guess it could work. But that's a lot of money, and it's funny because a lot of fans were doing a consolidation was a problem when Xbox was buying Bethesda and ABK, but now you give us Warner Brothers. Come on, we love acquisitions now, baby, right?
True that.
So it's not going to happen. I mean, they're not officially splitting until next year, so there's still some time off. And we'll see, because I know Warner Brothers games did restructure, and they're going to focus on just a few properties. One being like the DC
Harry
stuff.
Potter.
One being Harry Potter. One being like
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
No, you don't say the her. You say Harry.
Harry Potter. Yeah.
Potter.
So you got Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
They said Game of Thrones. They said DC, which is Superman, Batman. There's supposedly a Batman game in development. And I think a fourth one, which I don't remember off the top of my head, but Mortal Kombat, I think maybe it was for the fighting game. So, I mean, I could see why anybody would be really interested in those. I mean, if Xbox didn't buy ABK, I could be like, I could see why Xbox I mean, there were rumors that Xbox was interested in Warner Brothers before Bethesda and before ABK. I mean, because they were looking to sell, and I mean, nothing says more mainstream than Superman, Batman, Harry Potter, and Game of Thrones. So
Harry Potter.
I could see a lot of people being interested, but it then comes down to money and how much how much you're willing to pay. So we'll see. We'll see about that.
I'm sure.
But yeah, let's take some Patreon questions. So thanks everybody for being here. If you do me and Jez a big favor, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Check out our sponsor, Sheriff Stark for 86% off 2-year deal. Links in the description and pinned to the comments. And if you want to drop a question or get access to podcasts early or shout outs or any of that stuff, you can join at patreon.com/XB2. Links in the description as well. And here we go, Jez. We got Vito. It says, talking about the actual games instead of the sales. I got Final Fantasy XVI. Where would you go next if you've never played any of the others? Like if you got Final Fantasy 16 and you want to know which ones you should play if you've never played any of the others, huh?
I think probably Final Fantasy VII Remake. Honestly, but that's one of the issues with Final Fantasy is that each one is very, very different. Every single one is quite different from each other, and I think that's also why Final Fantasy was not able to get nostalgia interest on its franchise, because every single game they released was like a reset of expectations. And I think when you do that, you sort of start to lose, nostalgia to some degree. There's only so much nostalgia I can derive from a Cactuar. A lot of it has to come from the gameplay. And I think that's why like games that are doing really well these days that are like classic franchises are the ones that didn't stray too far from their original formula, like, like Persona and whatever. But where do you go after 16? I really think like maybe 15, Final Fantasy VII Remake, like 15 with the updates and the DLC. It's not that bad. But honestly, I kind of feel like the best Final Fantasies are well behind us now. I don't think Square Enix has got it in them to release a Final Fantasy that would be brand new, that would be considered a classic. They're competing with like the OG Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10, even 6, 5, and 4, to be honest, are all better than, anything after like. I mean, Final Fantasy 12 is not bad, I think. The Final Fantasy 13 was not well received, and I didn't like 15, and I never didn't like 16. Final Fantasy 7 Remake's probably the best of the modern games.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how well you can like stomach the older graphics. Like my favorite's Final Fantasy 7.
Yeah.
But I love 8. I love 7. I love 8. I love 9. I love 10. I think any of those are a good starting point. I mean, 10's the first one that had voices. Yeah. I like 13 as well, but I definitely think it's not as good as the previous ones. So I guess it really depends. I mean, maybe you could just go right from 16 to remake of 7, but then I don't know. I wonder how that would feel for someone if that was their first Final Fantasy game, or if they never played the original Final Fantasy 7. How that would be for them. Let's see. We got Sierra Wall and Kevin. Hi, Rand and Jez. Appreciate you both. I played the Gears Reloaded beta last week, and we'll try it again this weekend. However, I came away underwhelmed. Looked nice, but it isn't a generational jump. But I just found it felt its age, almost clunky. I downloaded Gears 5, and it feels amazing. I know I'll play it more when it comes out, but I'm a bit disappointed. My question to you guys is, should Microsoft be releasing these games as the first experience for a larger console audience? Or would they be better served releasing Gears 5 to more people? My favorite game of all time is Halo, but if they are doing the remake, I hope there are modern elements added to it. Yeah, Jez, I don't know. Like, here's the thing. Gears 1 is kind of dated, right? I talked about Mind's Eye basically being a portal to 2006. You know what else came out in 2006? Gears 1. And considering this is a remaster of the remaster, I mean, it's just going to play like it did back then. But yeah, you're Gears fans, so you're used to the better movement options in 5. But you can't release 5 as the first game anywhere, because that's like the middle of a second story. So you have to start at the beginning. So you have to start with this game. But yes, the game is going to feel clunky because it's a game from 2006. At the end of the day, they just made it look nice and made the frame rate run nice. Right? I don't. You're the Gears maestro, Jez. Help answer his question here. What's going on? Did you play any of the Gears beta?
I didn't.
No?
I was actually thinking about booting up during the show, but I haven't touched it myself, really. Because, like, I think I explained this on Ultimate, or maybe last week. Not good at Gears PvP. In fact, you could argue that I'm actually fucking terrible at Gears PvP.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know. I think Gears, because Gears E-Day is going to be like a complete rebuild of the whole Gears ecosystem, right? Whereas, like, up until now, Gears has sort of used the same animations over and over again, kind of. Same models, touched them up a bit, moved on. And Gears E-Day is like a prequel, so maybe Gears E-Day is the next one that goes multi-platform. And then you go through all the remakes, releasing them multi-platform like that. I think releasing Gears 5 at this point, I agree with you, it would have been weird without the rest of the story, but
Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, and Halo. I mean, that's the thing with remakes or remasters, right? You can't really change the gameplay unless you're doing like a Resident Evil style remake, and then because fans are going to be pissed of the franchise, like because they expect the game to play this way. That's what they're doing with Gears, and there's always been that eternal struggle with Halo between the core fans and how they want it to be and trying to appeal to new fans. And we're in 2026 right now, or 2025, but 2026 when Halo Combat Evolved Remake comes out. And that's a game from 2001. Granted, it's going to run in a new engine, it's going to look different, but how much of the gameplay is going to remain the same? Is it going to be a carbon copy of what Halo was in 2001? Or are they going to spruce it up? Because then, if they change anything, man, you're going to piss off the hardcore fans. But at the same time, if you don't change anything, does those gameplay mechanics from 2001, does that interest or turn off people who are playing it for the first time in 2026? It's the balance they need to strike. And maybe they're okay with pissing off the hardcore fans if you're bringing Halo to, say, Nintendo or PlayStation or PC, where it's all about getting new fans at that point. So maybe they're okay with pissing off longtime fans because it's about bringing Halo to new users. I don't know. I have no idea, but that's just something to keep in mind when thinking about who you're developing the game for. And yeah, do you stay true to the vision or do you change it up somehow? Is Master Chief going to sprint in Halo 1? Oh, could you imagine if he sprints in Halo 1? Could you imagine how furious the fans would be? The hardcore fans.
Can you imagine
if he
if there's
sprints?
like ground pound and aim down sights and shit like that?
Bro. Woo. Oh man, could you imagine? Yeah, that'd definitely be something. Silas says, "Happy Friday, lads. So assuming the next Xbox console is 2027, how is Xbox planning to hold on to their current user base when their current hardware is barely selling? Jez has mentioned several times that there is a substantial user base still on Xbox One. When it comes time to upgrade over the next 2 years for GTA 6, for next-gen only COD, I don't see a hook to keep them in the ecosystem. Friends list is becoming more irrelevant with crossplay. Xbox consoles are more expensive than PS5. Xbox first-party games are multi-plat. As far as carrying libraries over, I don't think it's as big as a deal as hardcore make it out to be. Most gamers are like Randall 1 and done, who don't revisit games after they're done. I'm curious to see what they do."
I really don't think people are willing to sacrifice their library to Switch ecosystem as much as you might think. I think maybe they double up and maybe they do it over time. But I think one of the incentives to shift people from Xbox One to the next gen is going to be things like Steam support, also dropping the paywall for multiplayer, the perception of like, oh, this device does more, gives me more bang for my buck. I think that will shift over those users who have been sticky on Xbox One and Xbox One X. I know someone who still just plays Overwatch on her Xbox One S, and she's happy as Larry with it, you know. Doesn't see any reason to upgrade, stuff like that. But then if you say like, well, you know, you get Overwatch on this Xbox, you get not only the better graphics, but you also don't have to pay for online anymore, you know. So I think that could be a good hook, especially if Sony does keep the paywall on next gen. And, you know, I don't see why they wouldn't. It's not like, you know, Microsoft has to try and justify that shit against Steam. But that's assuming they do drop the paywall. It's all just speculation at this point. But we'll see.
I mean,
We will see.
definitely. You know, the price point is an interesting like thing of like, okay, you're gonna upgrade the next gen for GTA 6 or for next gen COD, but the Xbox is more expensive. Could that drive people to the other platforms? I mean, I guess it depends on how much they care about exclusives. Some people don't give a shit. I mean, we know from Matt Piscatella that most people only buy 1 or 2 games a year. And we know what those games are. So
That's true.
does Xbox games being exclusive to PlayStation mean anything to anybody who doesn't care about any of that? I mean, I do think the price of the console is probably more of a problem than the exclusives going to other platforms because you know, I can get the game here, or I can get the game there, but this thing costs $150 less. Right? That's also assuming Sony doesn't raise prices eventually after they run through their surplus here. I mean, maybe they do or not. It is an interesting balance that they're going to have to make.
Sure is.
Absolutely. Can they walk the tightrope? Well, you know, maybe they can, maybe they can't. I'm sure some people will, you know, definitely disengage, and maybe they'll go to PC instead. But I do think a library is important for a lot of people. So I mean, I think that could be a factor as well.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll just have to see. We'll have to see, Silas. We'll have to see what GTA 6 does and when they actually do next gen COD and when this console actually comes. If it comes next year, you know, what if Xbox has the best version of COD then because they're on the new system? Does that help? Or you know, we'll see. Guess who says, afternoon, gents. Have you all heard of the potential Xbox reveals at Gamescom or TGS that were not at the showcase? Maybe even at this year's Game Awards. I mean, I haven't. I did. People were, you know, people were sort of thinking Starfield was going to be at the showcase. I know I was surprised that it wasn't there. Maybe Starfield DLC shows up at Gamescom. I did see, Jez, that the voice actress for Sarah Morgan she's back. She didn't say what game she was doing voice acting for, but she said she's finally back at work because of the strike. Because the strike just ended. So what if the Starfield DLC had to stop production?
Oh, because they didn't have the voice.
Because the voice actors were on strike, so they couldn't get them in the studio to, you know, but you know, I would imagine they can still continue making the game, but they just couldn't do anything with the actors because they were striking. So
maybe that was like finishing touch.
Yeah. So I don't know. Does that impact when it releases and stuff like that?
They've literally done everything else. They just need the voice actors.
They just need the voice actors to be able to do it.
Yeah, Starfield is like, such a frustrating story because it's like we're talking about games that sort of like had their potential and then, you know, were sort of maligned at launch to some degree, but then after updates, they discovered their audience and ended up becoming popular and stuff. You know, like a Cyberpunk or a Sea of Thieves or whatever. Um, I think Starfield absolutely could have fit this category. You know, the bones of an amazing game absolutely exist within Starfield. You know, it's still a good game, but it's not an amazing game, and I think that's why the backlash was so strong to some degree because it was like, this is Bethesda. You know, this is the studio of Oblivion and Skyrim and Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. You know, and this game had so much hype and so much anticipation, and it's just good, you know, which isn't good enough, you know. Um, you have to sort of work hard to find those moments where it's like, oh yeah, now it's feeling like a Bethesda RPG, and then like those feelings again will go away and not return for a really long time. I do really like Starfield, but I also really understand the criticisms of it and the frustration that it didn't really reach that level, you know. So I for one hope that there is going to be a big expansion coming, more updates coming, all that kind of stuff to really flesh out and help it discover its full potential. But also part of me just wonders like maybe they've just fully moved on to Elder Scrolls 6 and that's just, you know, the way it is now.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't heard or anything about any Gamescom stuff. I'm sure they probably have some things.
I haven't heard anything either.
Game Awards. I mean, you gotta keep in mind with Game Awards, they're gonna have a developer direct in January, presumably. I mean,
Yeah.
it's certainly possible they could run a trailer for like Gears E Day or something.
Scalebound.
Yeah, Scalebound. But with them having such a show so short after Game Awards, sometimes that doesn't really factor in. But I will just have to see, I guess. Do you remember? Did Xbox do anything last year at the Game Awards? Do we recall?
That's a Rand question, man.
I don't think
I
they.
ain't gonna
I'm
remember
trying to think if Xbox did anything last year with Jeff at the Game Awards, and I don't think they did. In 2023, they actually had a lot because they had the announcement of Blade, they had Hellblade 2 performance, and they had the OD segment. But then 2024, I don't think they had anything, if I'm remembering correctly. So it's possible this year they don't have anything. Maybe State of Decay 3 shows up. I don't know. We'll see. BMM 777 says, "What up, gents? Hope all is well. Not too long ago, I asked about a Conquer game, but you two didn't seem too interested. So now I'll ask about with Capcom firing on all cylinders, it seems. How would you two feel if they brought back Beautiful Joe? I actually had a lot of fun with this game as a kid. Yeah, Beautiful Joe's great. I definitely would not mind Beautiful Joe coming back with current Capcom. I guess the question is, does Capcom see any desire for it to come back? Is that a franchise that makes a lot of money? I wouldn't be against it. I did like Beautiful Joe quite a bit. What about you, Jez?
Never played it, bro.
Never played Beautiful Joe? Okay. All right. Fair enough.
What kind of game is it, bro?
Oh, God. Beautiful Joe. It is a...
Souls-like.
No. It's like a...
Pokemon-like?
God, I'm trying to picture it in my head. Believe it's like an action, like beat 'em up kind of thing.
2004? That's before I was born, mate.
I'm trying to picture the game in my head. Let's see. Beautiful Joe.
I think my brother was into this. I think my brother played this.
I know I played the first one, but I don't think I played. If they made two, I didn't play the second one. It's a side-scrolling beat 'em up video game. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the first game.
Better play it then, bro.
But as for Conquer, I don't think Microsoft's interested in Conquer, and I wasn't a big fan of it anyways. Mudplugger says, "Hey guys, hope you're both well. I've been listening to you guys since episode 1, but this is my first question, so be gentle with me." Okay, wow, 368 episodes, and they finally decided to want to ask a question. All right, we're good. With all the discussion around physical discs, do you think there's any merit to Microsoft offering a disc exchange scheme? You couldn't just pop the disc in the console to have a digital license added to your gamertag, as everyone would just sell or share their old discs. You could mail back your disc to Microsoft in exchange for a digital license, and Microsoft could recycle the disc to benefit of their carbon footprint. I get this would be a massive logistical nightmare, but could it be an option? I like the idea, because there should be, like, because I think me and Jez had this discussion on Wednesday about like the next gen Xbox console. Will it come with the disc drive or not, and will physical games even be playable on it? And I think this even goes to the poll that you put up recently that you got community noted for, about like you asked a poll and it was like, what do you want? Like the physical game with the disc, or the physical game with like the digital code, or you don't care or whatever. And you were sort of being like, well, Xbox is kind of this Xbox Planning where initiative service thing. So you release these physical copies, but they don't have a disc, because the disc doesn't give you the digital benefits. So you give them a disc, you give them a code, and the code, gives you the Play Anywhere versions. Now I would make the argument that I think the people who want physical want the disc. They don't want the code. If they wanted the code, if they wanted the digital benefits, they would just buy the digital version of the game. But it does bring up an important point about what happens if Microsoft decides with their next gen console that they're not supporting physical discs. Now they're saying you don't got to worry about your library because it's going to work, but I still see physical users worried that Microsoft's just going to be like, oh, by the way, all those discs that you have, they're not going to work, and screw your library. The existing library that's going to work is your digital one. And is there any good way to transform a physical collection into a digital one? And Mudplugger says here, how about we mail the disc to Microsoft? And while I think it's like it's a good suggestion, I don't think it means anything to Microsoft.
Yeah, maybe not.
So I really don't. I just can't see an exchange scheme working. I mean, maybe the only one that could work is like if you brought your disc to a Microsoft store.
They don't exist.
But they don't exist really anymore. So I sort of
there's one in New York. I think that's it.
Yeah, so I sort of feel like there's no way to do this. So there's really no way to do an exchange scheme of I want to give you my, because what's in it for Microsoft? Just so they can get rid of the discs. But then I worry about the Xbox physical owners who have been around a while, and I sort of feel like the next console is not going to have a disc drive, but then Microsoft has to provide an option for those people. Otherwise, I could only imagine like the physical owners, they're a segment of the audience that's shrinking every single year. But they're also extremely, extremely, extremely vocal on social media. And if it ever was confirmed or came out that the next Xbox has no way to play physical games, oh bro, the amount of shitstorm that would be stirred up by that would be monumental. So I sort of feel like they have to at least offer like a disc drive add-on that you buy for $150 or $200, where they would gouge those users just to make money off of them. What do you think about all that?
No, I've written about this before, and it's like, yeah, I'm not someone who uses physical discs, and neither are you.
Yeah,
physical discs. That's an old meme.
Yes.
By the way, I wasn't being a dick. But I like the idea of it. I would love if I had the space to collect physical discs still. Obviously used to collect physical discs because back in the day you had no choice. I've still got my PS1 games and my PS2 games in storage. But when Xbox 360 started going digital, I sold all my 360 games. I sold all of them and then used the money to buy them back as digital where I could. There was some that weren't available on digital and never were, but it was kind of like, well, whatever. I'm never going to play those again anyway. But I advocate for people who do have made the effort to collect those because I think they're some of the most passionate fans out there, and I think it would behoove Microsoft to bring them along for the ride as well, like I said earlier. So I'll try and find out what the plan is with physical discs. I do think a mailing program would be logistically difficult, but it's the kind of thing I would like to see, So it's just a shame, I suppose, in a way, that their original 2013 vision for a dual digital disc physical universe just didn't pan out for whatever reason.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that goes. Let's see. Thank you for the question, Mudplugger. Don't
Yeah.
take 368 episodes to ask another one, though.
Yeah, dude.
Dark Green says, hello, guys. Hope you're having a great start to your weekend. I have a couple questions for you. One, I was listening to another podcast do an entire episode with Lena Khan that didn't mention the Microsoft Activision acquisition, and they were pretty positive on her. Am I mistaken that most gamers aren't a big fan of hers as a result of that trial? I think Xbox fans like her, but I think if you were against the acquisition, you probably don't like her.
Who, Lena Khan?
Oh, Lena Khan. I thought he mentioned...
She was the one trying to block it,
right.
wasn't she?
My bad. I was thinking of somebody else. I was thinking of the... who was the Activision lawyer that was out there during...
Oh, I know what you mean. I can't remember her name.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head.
Yeah, I don't think most people like Lena Khan, to be honest with you.
Yeah. I don't think Lena Khan is the most popular person out there. I mean, but at the same time, even though like the arguments the FTC made were like really ignorant and, painted the situation in a very simplistic light, which is very irritating to watch. Because it happened in the UK too with the CMA. CMA's arguments were so ignorant, and so annoying, and so frustrating. I also I appreciate the sentiment in a way, because it's like Microsoft's a huge, massive company, and their argument was basically, do we want them to have more power? Do we want this huge, massive company to have even more power? So I think the sentiment was probably well intentioned. It was just kind of like the wrong company to really go after. Especially when you've let Meta consolidate all of social media, you've let Google consolidate all of search. Or well, at least she did until ChatGPT came along. RIP. But Microsoft can't compete with Sony. It's it was a weird hill for them to die on, man. Whatever.
And two, you mentioned earlier this week the rumors of Sony being interested in entertainment part of WB Discovery breakup, which I heard discussed in a sports business podcast previously. Is there a possibility of the industries themselves, like sports, gaming, movies, and TV, beginning to battle each other over specific resources such as IPs and streaming platforms as they all compete with each other for what seems to be dwindling audiences as social media continues to sap potential future users across all industries? Hope you both have a fantastic weekend.
I think there is a lot of companies from all different walks of life right now are sort of in this sort of weird stress universe where they're sort of trying to figure out exactly what the future of their business looks like in a world where people's attention is so limited, like the sort of the addictive scrolling social media feed stuff has impacted basically everything. which is crazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's TikTok or Instagram or YouTube Shorts or whatever, the popularity of that paradigm of I'm just not going to do anything except scroll on this addictive algorithm feed, that has like harmed all of these businesses. So them they're trying to like figure out how do we claw some of that back, as much as humanly possible. I mean, even like publishers like Windows Central, even we're like thinking about this stuff. I just I think that's why Sony's trying to push towards live service stuff. And Sony have had a lot of success with superheroes and IP, because I think that is one way that you can engage the normies. Is be like, hey, look, we've got this cool superhero you're a fan of. You might have seen them on TikTok or Instagram. Come and play our game. It worked really well for Marvel Rivals, for example. And it's obviously worked well for a lot of PlayStation games. And hopefully it'll work well for Xbox with Blade and stuff. Seemed to work pretty well with Indiana Jones. So I think like having command of Harry Potter and Batman and stuff would be pretty huge for Sony. But yeah, I do think the industries are battling amongst themselves to some degree, trying to expand into industries that potentially they previously weren't in. I mean, we've seen Apple move into TV. They never did that before. We've seen Xbox obviously move into PC, which they've tried before and failed at, but they seem to be going a bit harder at it now. But we've seen Netflix move into games. Like when I boot up Netflix now, there's like a whole row of like, hey, play
there's
these
a whole
games.
row of games, yeah.
And even YouTube. On YouTube, there's a row of games you can play via YouTube now as well. So yeah, I think every company's looking for how to create engagement. That's what it really is. It boils down to engagement.
Yeah. Kraken56 says, hey guys, do you think Xbox will have some of their bigger games shown off at the Game Awards because of how big the audience is compared to Developer Direct? It dwarfs any other show in terms of viewership. Maybe ES6 has a trailer to end the show. I don't know. I mean, maybe if there was something releasing soon they want to get eyes on. I don't know. There's a part of me that thinks a lot of Xbox and Jeff Keighley's relationship has kind of soured in recent years. Like there wasn't anything Xbox related at this most recent Summer Games Fest show. There wasn't anything at last year's Game Awards, if I recall correctly. I don't know how they felt about Jeff Keighley at last year at Gamescom or whatever it was, revealing the date for Indiana Jones, like there was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You don't start hearing about like Game Awards stuff till the end of the year, so
I'm sure if Microsoft felt like the Game Awards would be impactful for something that to announce, I'm sure that would be there.
Yeah, and I think
because let's face it, the Game Awards has become really, really huge now.
And Skyrim, I think, was revealed at a Game Awards or the Spike Game Awards as it was back then. But I think we still think Elder Scrolls is years off, and I don't think they make an announcement at the Game Awards for a game that's still 2 or 3 years away. That makes more sense for their own showcase. Maybe they pull a trailer for a Fable or something that's coming next year, or something that's releasing soon enough. But I wouldn't surprise me if they didn't do anything. Tricks are for Trey says, hey guys, thanks for being here. I appreciate with the craziness of life. Quick question. Why do I need to be connected to the internet to play OG or back and pad Xbox games when I have the disc? Mostly I've noticed this with using Xbox One. Isn't that because it downloads? Doesn't it download something? So don't you need to be connected for the first time you start the disc, but after that you don't need to? Isn't that how that works?
Yeah, I honestly, I'm not entirely sure how it works. My understanding was the disc just gives you the license and the emulator downloads the game even if the game is on the disc.
Yeah.
That was my understanding of how it works there with the back compatibility emulator. I could be wrong about that. But
Like, I don't think you need to be connect. I think like once you put it in there and you download it or you download the game, like I don't think you need to be connected anymore. I think you do need to be connected the first time you do it, though. I could be wrong. I've never tried a back and pack game, a 360 or an OG and Xbox game, so I'm not sure how that all works, or like myself. But I think that's how that's supposed to work, because it downloads the file, so you need to be connected to download it. But I think after that, I don't think you need to be connected to the internet.
Yeah.
Or maybe you do. I don't know. It's one of the things I never really used with the Xbox One or the Series X is back and pat, the 360.
I used it.
Any of that stuff.
I used it the other day. Bro.
Well, look at you.
I used it for Super Meat Boy, the original, because I really liked the trailer for Super Meat Boy 2, and I was like, I never played Super Meat Boy, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a quick look at that. And boy, howdy is that game hard. Very hard.
We got John, who says, "Hey, Rand Jez, what is going on with the Xbox port of Final Fantasy XVI? Are you aware of any reasons for the bad port running 720p in places compared to the PS5, and if Square Enix are going to fix the port to match the quality of the PS5 port?" I don't know. I mean, you would hope so.
How does it run on PlayStation compared?
I mean, it runs at a higher resolution. It runs at a higher resolution, but the frame rate fluctuates more. Where on the Xbox, it runs at a lower resolution, and the frame rate's like locked solid. So, I don't know if they have any intentions of fixing it, or why the discrepancy is there in the first place.
That is odd.
No idea. Maddie Wolf says, "Hey guys, hope everything is well. I love the concept of Xbox Play Anywhere and love when developers support this. Why hasn't Microsoft led the charge by making all of their own games Play Anywhere? There are some pretty big titles like the Master Chief Collection, Fable Anniversary, and Minecraft, to name a few, that are missing. These are all available to purchase separately on PC or Xbox, but not Play Anywhere." Good question. I think, one, the Master Chief Collection was before Play Anywhere started. Minecraft is like its own thing. Minecraft doesn't, the rules don't apply to Minecraft whatsoever.
Yeah, Minecraft is, what's the term now? Minecraft is what Microsoft describes as a limited integration company. And Minecraft can pretty much do its own shit. And I think that's the contract Notch negotiated with Microsoft, is that Mojang proper would set its own priorities, but then Microsoft would have exclusive access to the rights to do spin-offs, merchandising, and also, control of finances and all that kind of thing. At least that's my understanding of how it works. So yeah, Minecraft's its own thing. But actually also, even if it is, like, I kind of agree. It's like, lead the charge with your own games. But they have committed that all future games will be Xbox Play Anywhere, and I think for the most part, over the last however many years, that has been the case. So
yeah. I mean, I don't know why specifically those other games aren't there. It may have to do with when they were released, or whatever. But Minecraft's like the only game where you look, like, every version of Minecraft has an achievement list, which is I know something that like only Minecraft can get away with. But yeah, Minecraft just they can do whatever they want. Good old Collinwood says, "Happy Solstice weekend, Rand and Jez. Rand, we all know you're an avid reader as well as gamer. When you get a great feeling when you finish a good game, is it comparable to the feeling you get when you finish a good book? Is the feeling you get finishing a good game better than finishing a good book, or vice versa?" Whew, it's an interesting question. I'm not sure. The feeling of finishing a great game, I would say, is probably on par. Well, I don't know how to answer this question, to be honest with you, Jez. Because there are some books where everything comes together at the end, and It's like bittersweet, and it really touches you, and you're like, oh man, this whole journey was worth it. And there can be really good video games that really don't have that emotional impact. So I guess like it really depends. Like part of the reason why I love Expedition 33 so much is that the emotional depth of that game, in my opinion, like, is one of its strongest aspects and one of the like reasons I like it so much. But then you compare it to a game like Elden Ring, where there's really not that aspect of. So like,
Excuse me?
there isn't really an emotional depth that Elden Ring has, but
What?
you like it for other
Bro.
reasons.
No.
Yes.
Did you even finish Alexander's quest chain?
Yes, I did.
That was brutal, man. You're telling me that didn't have emotional depth?
Well,
Or Melania's storyline?
I'm just saying
Bro.
each
Nah,
like
you're wrong for this, bro.
great games, they could all be great for different reasons. Same thing for great books. I know nothing recently has compared to when I finished The Wheel of Time for back in 2021. That like rocked me to my core, and I haven't really had a game do that. So, but I mean, you're talking about the top like 0.001%. But yeah, normally I would say a great video game is on par with a great book. For sure. I mean, they're similar feelings, but they're different. I don't know. Sometimes the ending to a game is better, and sometimes the ending to the book is better. That's a good question, though. I didn't really think too much about that.
I can't participate in this question.
Luke Spook. Well, he didn't ask you.
I don't read books.
Says, all right, gents,
Yeah.
I'm still catching up on the
Riddle.
podcast as I was away last weekend for the Download Festival. Headliners were Green Day, Sleep Token, and Korn. Jez, come to the Download Festival next year. We're going VIP next year. I can borrow you a tent. The offer is open to you two, Rand, but it's a long trip for you. So my question, Rand and Jez, you get to choose the headliners for a music festival. Main stage and second stage, 6 artists. Who are you choosing?
Oh, shit.
Who am I choosing?
That's tough. I'll go first.
Okay.
Deftones, System of a Down, Nirvana. I don't care that.
Yeah,
That's
are we going with like
this is time traveling shit, right? Actually, okay, let's go more realistic then. Deftones, System of a Down gets back together. Well, actually, I think System of a Down have been touring recently, so maybe they'd be up for it. Deftones, System of a Down. Who else to headline? Let's go with Mastodon. And then on the second stage, let's have Meshuggah, Gojira, we'll go with Black Shape because I'm obsessed with that band right now. Your turn, Rand. I know Rand's already. Taylor Swift.
No.
Go on.
God, what would it be? I mean, if Pink Floyd. See, but this is like, I would say Rush, but I think Neil Peart's dead, so that wouldn't really. But I mean, if we're just going all time, geez. Realistic. I don't know. Do I really have a desire to see anybody now? I mean, like, if you were to ask me, like, high school Rand, I'd be like Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains,
Britney.
Right? Korn, Limp Bizkit, Tool,
Learn to Swim.
but then also like Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, The Who, Rush.
Holy shit.
You know? What?
I just understood that lyric.
What lyric?
Learn to swim. I'll see you down in Arizona Bay. Arizona does not have a coastline, Rand.
Okay.
Therefore, that lyric is talking about sea levels rising.
Ooh.
I don't know why, but that only just clocked with me after like 20 years.
There we go.
That's why saying learn to swim, because the sea levels are
Learn to
going up.
swim.
Learn
Governor
to
Grimm
swim.
says, just a quick one. What are the chances they retrofit the new Xbox Microsoft console UI to older consoles like the Series X? I mean, I could see them doing it just because maybe they want a unified dashboard, but maybe that's unlikely.
Yeah, maybe they just leave, because you gotta remember, Rand, what about the next gen thrill? You have a new dashboard for the next gen thrill. So I think the new Xbox will need a lot of OS features that the previous gen didn't have. A lot of OS work. So maybe it does just have a new dashboard, and maybe there's just no reason to upgrade the previous one. I do think it'd be better to just have something completely fresh. It's been a lot. We've been on this dashboard for a long time. I wouldn't say
Yes.
no to something that was fresh. Personally.
Lee Sanders says, have you seen any Sony fans mad about the AMD deal?
Oh. I mean, I know that Xbox is doing well when I get more trolls than usual, so
that means yes.
I have seen a lot of FUD from on Twitter by usual suspects. People trying to look for any morsel of doubt that can spin out into some drama for engagement. So I think true PlayStation fans aren't mad about it, but there's plenty of PlayStation trolls that are upset about it, for sure.
Yeah. Mr. Donataku says, what up, Rand Jez? Donkey Kong Bonanza is game of the year. That's it. That's the tweet. Of course you would say that.
I just remember that one level in Donkey Kong Country, the original one, underwater, where you're riding on is it a swordfish or a dolphin? I hated that shit, man. That was so hard when I was a kid. The game adaptation newscast says Pink Floyd is one of the most overrated bands ever. Damn.
Shit, you might as well block him right then and there. One of the greatest bands of all time, with some of the greatest records of all time. Dark Side of the Moon, The Wall, Wish You Were Here. I mean,
that's an Incubus song.
Oh, I mean, who do you think Incubus took it from, bro? And Mr. Pat Rock says, if you had to live without tomatoes or potatoes, tomatoes or potatoes, tomatoes or potatoes, which includes things that are tomato or potato based, like marinara or mashed potatoes, which would you choose? Dude, I could totally live without tomatoes. Give me potatoes all day.
I could. I'm the opposite. I could live without any of them, really.
True.
But I'd prefer to have tomatoes and potatoes.
Okay.
Definitely. Because you couldn't have spaghetti bolognese without tomato. You could eat it without potato. Pasta's not made with potatoes, is it? No, it's wheat. Yeah, fuck potatoes.
We got a Special Nick in the super chat says, love you. We love you, Special Nick. Face23 PAKNY says, Marathon fails, Sony takes over the studio. I think more Marathon fails, Sony shuts the studio down. Honestly.
That would be crazy.
I mean, they could take the studio, but I mean, it sort of seems like they're taking over the studio anyways. Face also says, besides Helldivers 2 and Destiny 2, ain't GT 7, MLB The Show, and Marvel Token live service games. He's saying that this was directed to you. He says, besides Helldivers 2 and Destiny 2, aren't Gran Turismo 7, MLB The Show, and Marvel, the new Marvel fighting game live service. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong about MLB The Show or GTA 7, really, but
yeah, I suppose. But like, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. Does GTA 7 get constant updates? Honestly, I don't know.
It gets updates from time to time for sure, but I mean, I think you can buy cars for real money there. I mean, I would
argue Destiny 2 is not a good example, personally.
Well, I mean, A good example of
It's
what
not doing
a good live
a good
service.
a good live service. Helldivers 2 is.
Sure.
Helldivers 2 is
I
done
think
extremely
MLB The
well.
Show is a good example of a good live service game.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with MLB The Show because baseball's not very big outside of America.
But I guess you could make the
well, it's
argument.
big in Japan, I guess.
I guess you could make the argument that those things existed before Jim Ryan came along. Like MLB The Show existed before Jim Ryan took over and declared the live service stuff, and the Gran Turismo has been Gran Turismo forever.
A Marvel Token is being developed by not Sony.
Yeah, well, it's being developed by
NetEase, isn't it?
No,
not NetEase. That fighting game studio. I can't remember what the name is.
They make Guilty Gear, right?
The Guilty Gear studio, yeah. So, I mean, second party. I mean, it's a good get for them, sure, but
I mean,
all the games that are sort of being criticized, they're all first party, and a lot of them were set up. A lot of those studios were set up specifically to make live service games.
Yeah. So, what else we got? We have Moses says Halo remake is pointless. Give us a brand new Halo. I mean, I told you, I've said before, like I'm not really that excited for a Halo remake. I'd rather have a brand new Halo. But I did see that they announced the cover today for the new Halo book, which takes place directly after the end of Infinite, which is like awesome.
Dude,
so if I wanted to figure out what happened at the end of Infinite, I have to read this fucking book, which is probably not going to be any good. Instead of like, and that was the thing with some of the Halo games, is like all the cool stuff happened off screen in the books. And you were just wondering like, how'd we get here? Great 343.
Like
or Halo Studios, whatever you are now.
Yeah, I read that in one of the books. One of the Halo 5 Guardians blew up Australia or something. Why the fuck isn't that in a game? You know, the way Halo's been handled is absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Maybe this Halo remake's the best thing for the game, where they go back to the start, remake the whole franchise. So you can make like Halo 1, 2, and 3, stick to that story, and then Halo Reach, and then Halo 4, maybe. And then when you get to Halo 5, you start actually fleshing them out and finishing the game. So instead of Halo 5 finishing on a cliffhanger that gets finished off in the book, actually finish developing the game. Instead of developing Halo Infinite and then finishing it off in the book, actually fucking develop the game. How about that? Would that be cool to finish the story in the game? Can you imagine? What a weird foreign concept that would be.
Jez, you letting your hatred show. Nikki Z says, Rand, love the heel turn. Thank you guys for everything. Did I have a heel turn today? I don't think I did. What was my heel turn?
You're constantly a heel, bro.
Am I? I thought I was a baby face. Jay Foley says, hey, Jez and Rand, I've been thinking, what if PlayStation's only way to get their games available on Steam and other apps is to open a PSN PC app where you can play games day and date only there? And there's been rumors that they've been wanting to do their own store for a while, or their own launcher, but you know, that's been something that's been talked about for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, Microsoft did that initially. Quantum Break wasn't on Steam. You had to get it from the Microsoft store. And boy, howdy, the Microsoft store was not ready. There was actually no code in the store to handle packages that were over a gigabyte large. So they put it there and they were like, oh shit, actually, this is completely not fit for purpose. 10 years later, we're almost there.
Yeah.
But that just kind of goes to show how difficult it is, potentially. Will Sony do it? Will they not? I don't know. But I think the ship has sailed, really. They're putting their games on Steam, and they're putting their games on Epic Games Store. I think they're probably cool with the results. Yeah,
and they also did just lift some like region requirements for some of their games on Steam, so...
Yeah, they did.
They are doing something good there. But anyways, I think that's it for the show. We appreciate everybody tuning in and spending these 4 and 4 hours and 20 minutes with us every Friday. You guys are
You
the
guys
best.
are awesome.
Thank you. Don't forget to check out our sponsor, Surfshark VPN, for 86% off. 2-year deal. Links in the description or in the comments. And check out the Patreon, patreon.com/XB2, where you can always ask a question, get early access to podcasts, which we will be doing one on Tuesday, right?
Yes, we're doing a XB2 +1 on Tuesday. And also, for the month of June, the Patreon is 20% off.
There you go.
To celebrate the showcase, so you can get it a bit cheaper right now.
There you go.
Thanks to everyone. Okay.
So, with that said, hope everybody enjoys their weekend. And don't play Mind's Eye. Whatever you do, do not think about playing Mind's Eye.
Hell no.
All right. Later, guys. Keep it gaming. Have a good one.
Take care, everybody.